Chapter 2012. Moro City Roar. 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 The death of the bloodthirster, lizard, immediately aroused the anger of the other 7 bloodthirster lizards that were attacking the guards. The 7 bloodthirster lizards gave up attacking the guards and rushed toward Zhuowen, their eyes full of killing intent. In their view, a mere human dared to kill their companion. He was simply courting death. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect that killing a bloodthirster lizard would arouse public anger. However, now was not the time for him to think about it. The bloodthirster lizard that arrived first had already extended its claws and fangs. Zhuowen swung his sword and easily cut off the claws and fangs of the bloodthirster lizard. Then, the sword changed direction and slashed across the neck of the bloodthirster lizard. Everything was so smooth. After all, Zhuowen was a powerful warrior. Even if he did not rely on his divine sense, his close combat ability was exceptionally terrifying. Puchi, Zhuowen stepped forward step by step. The glorious purple galaxy divine sword seemed to be alive in his hand. Every slash was able to accurately pierce the heart or neck of the bloodthirster lizard and other vital points. Zhuowen only made 7 slashes, and all 7 bloodthirster lizards fell. What? How did this guy do it? Looking at the sloppy young man who killed the bloodthirster lizards like killing chickens, the people in the convoy were shocked. Their faces were full of disbelief. So powerful. The 2 women in the middle of the convoy were even more stunned. Zhuowen did not care about the reactions of the people in the convoy. In an instant, he swept to the front of a wooden cart, took off the water bag on it, and drank heartily. In one breath, Zhuowen drank half the bag and let out a comfortable sigh. I also helped you kill those troublesome guys. Can you give me some water bags and dry food? Zhuowen looked at the people not far away who were still stunned and said lightly. The middle-aged man in front of the 2 women came back to his senses and hurriedly took out several water bags and brocade boxes from the carriage. He respectfully handed them to Zhuowen and said, "Senior, if you want them, please take them." Zhuowen unceremoniously took the water bag and the brocade box. When he opened the brocade box, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the brocade box was actually filled with exquisite pastries. He took a bite and found that the taste was not bad, so he wolfed them down. This caravan obviously had an extraordinary origin. Not only were there so many guards escorting them, but these people were also dressed rather luxuriously, much better than the people of the previous tribe. It's all thanks to Senior's help this time. Otherwise, our convoy would be in danger. If Senior doesn't mind, can you come to Maluo City's Marquis Jinyun's mansion for a visit? The 2 women behind the middle-aged man also came forward. The older woman said in a natural and unrestrained manner. Maluo City? Zhuowen revealed a pondering expression and nodded. I just happen to be going to Maluo City as well. I can go take a look. The woman revealed a delighted expression when she saw Zhuowen agree, and she hurriedly said, "My name is Feng Lingmei, and this is my younger sister, Feng Lingyu. Both of us were born in Marquis Jinyun's mansion." Zhuowen interrupted Feng Lingmei impatiently and said, "All right, the introduction ends here. Since it's on the way, you can just take me to Maluo City." Feng Lingmei revealed an embarrassed expression, but she understood the general situation. She cupped her hands and said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Chun, clear a seat in the carriage for this senior." The middle-aged man nodded, and then he said politely to Zhuowen, "Senior, follow me." After the middle-aged man arranged a seat for Zhuowen, he returned and said in a deep voice, "Young miss, this person seems to be difficult to serve." Moreover, he was so rude to young miss. Feng Lingmei shook her head. "You don't have to worry about this matter. This person is able to easily kill a bloodthirster lizard, and his martial arts are superb." If we're able to rope in such a talent, Father will have more confidence in competing for the position of Maluo City's city lord. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Young miss, I feel that the reason this person was able to kill a bloodthirster lizard is mainly because of the sword on his body. That sword is absolutely the first time I've seen a weapon that can so easily break through a bloodthirster lizard's defense. Even the Marquis sword is far inferior to the sharpness of the sword on his body." Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes focused. She had never practiced martial arts, so she naturally didn't know about these matters of battle. Earlier, when Zhuowen easily killed a bloodthirster lizard, she thought that it was because of Zhuowen's strength. She never imagined that it was because of the sword on his body. Then how's his martial arts? How is he compared to Father? Feng Lingmei asked. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "If the Marquis had that sword, he would be even stronger than this person." Feng Lingmei took a deep breath and said, "We'll discuss this matter with Father after we return to Maluo City. Now that this person has that divine weapon, we're no match for him. We'll follow Father's arrangements for our next actions." The middle-aged man nodded and continued, "I understand. However, after we return to Maluo City, it's best that we keep a close eye on this person." Zhuowen naturally didn't know about the conversation between the middle-aged man and Feng Lingmei. Currently, he was thinking about how to find Yushan after entering Maluo City and how to leave this place. However, before Zhuowen could continue thinking, Feng Lingmei brought the middle-aged man to the front of his carriage. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen asked coldly. Feng Lingmei pointed at the middle-aged man's hand behind her, where the bloodthirster lizard's scales and black round beads were piled up. "Senior, these bloodthirster lizards were all killed by you. Their scales and beast cores can be sold for a good price in Maluo City. We don't dare to be greedy, so we'll give them all to Senior," Feng Lingmei said with a smile. Zhuowen didn't know the currency of Maluo City, so it wasn't good for him to give a price. He said indifferently, "Give me a price." Feng Lingmei smiled charmingly and said, "Since that's the case, we won't let Senior suffer a loss. I've calculated the price of these bloodthirster lizard scales and beast cores. They're worth 100,000 crystal stones." After she finished speaking, 10 guards walked out from behind Feng Lingmei, and each of them carried a large chest that was half the height of a person. Under Feng Lingmei's command, the 10 chests were opened and thumb-sized black crystal stones were arranged inside. Disaster crystal stones. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the currency of this place was actually disaster crystal stones. Moreover, Feng Lingmei took out 100,000 disaster crystal stones in one go. It could be seen that this kind of disaster crystal stones, which were extremely important to true gods, must be very abundant in this place. Moreover, this 100,000 disaster crystal stones was the most Zhuowen had obtained so far. He didn't expect that he would obtain so many disaster crystal stones not long after arriving here. What Wei Shuoyo said was right. It was really easy to obtain disaster crystal stones in Devilfall Valley. In this place where divine power and divine sense couldn't be used, Zhuowen, who had a divine tool like glorious amethyst galaxy sword, was absolutely invincible. As long as Zhuowen came out to hunt more bloodthirster lizards or other monsters, it really wouldn't be difficult to earn disaster crystal stones. "Help me put them in a truck. When we return to Maluo City, give me the truck. Also, if you have clean clothes, give me a set," Zhuowen said indifferently. Feng Lingmei was very decisive in her actions and quickly completed all of Zhuowen's requests. The convoy advanced in the desert for about 10 days before arriving at Maluo City. Maluo City was quite large, but the surrounding rocks had many marks because of the perennial wind and sand showing the vicissitudes of time. Feng Lingmei's identity wasn't ordinary, so entering Maluo City naturally wasn't a problem. After entering the city, Zhuowen took the truck with 100,000 disaster crystal stones and parted ways with Feng Lingmei's convoy. Uncle Chen, send a clever person to follow this person and find out his address in Maluo City, Feng Lingmei said coldly. The middle-aged man nodded and gave a man in the convoy a look. Then, the group left this place. Zhuowen casually found an inn, paid a certain amount of disaster crystal stones, and checked into the inn's best room. At the same time, he moved all 10 boxes of disaster crystal stones into the room. Now, Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh at the benefits of divine sense. If he could use his divine sense now, he could put all 10 boxes of disaster crystal stones into his spirit ring without having to go through so much trouble. After checking into the room, Zhuowen suddenly had an idea. The energy contained in the disaster crystal stones could enhance the divine power of a true god and increase disaster resistance. Now that his divine power and divine sense were sealed, would absorbing the disaster crystal stones still have any effect? Thinking of this, Zhuowen immediately opened one of the boxes, took out the disaster crystal stones inside, and began to absorb the energy inside. To Zhuowen's surprise, he could indeed absorb the energy inside the disaster crystal stones, but the divine power in his body didn't loosen in the slightest. How come there's another galaxy in my spiritual space? I clearly detonated a divine soul galaxy, didn't I? Zhuowen put down the disaster crystal stones that he had absorbed, and suddenly found that there were 2 galaxies in his spiritual space. He just remembered that in the Loch Ness before, in order to avoid the attack of the algae, he detonated a galaxy. In theory, there should only be 1 galaxy, but now there was another one. This was really strange. Is it because of the disaster crystal stones? Zhuowen looked at the calamity crystal in his hand, but he quickly rejected this idea. If the calamity crystal could increase one's divine soul, then he would have already done so. It was impossible for him to absorb a calamity crystal here and restore his divine soul. Is it because of the strange algae in the Loch Ness? Zhuowen remembered that in the Loch Ness before, he cut off the strange algae that almost swallowed him. At that time, he was hungry and thirsty, so he ate some of the algae to satisfy his hunger. Originally, he didn't care much about it, but he didn't expect that his divine soul would recover. Moreover, he keenly felt that his divine soul had strengthened a lot. That algae is definitely not simple. Is it a treasure that can enhance the divine soul? Chapter 2013. Biting the hand that feeds him at this moment, Zhuowen was somewhat regretful. At that time, he only ate the algae to satisfy his hunger. After eating it, he didn't pay attention to the changes in his divine soul. After all, he couldn't use his divine sense. So how could Zhuowen pay attention to his divine soul? This time, if it weren't for absorbing the disaster crystal, Zhuowen wouldn't have noticed the sudden strengthening of his divine soul. It seems that I can only find an opportunity to explore the Ness Lake. At that time, there was a lot of algae at the bottom of the lake. He just casually grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, but there was still a lot left. If he could absorb all of the algae, perhaps Zhuowen's divine sense really could undergo a transformation. Zhuowen calmed his mind and began to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the disaster crystal. Now, it was useless to regret. He had to first confirm whether absorbing the disaster crystal would allow him to break through the seal and use his divine power. 3 days later, Zhuowen looked at the half-full box of disaster crystal in front of him and somewhat dejectedly put down the disaster crystal in his hand. In these 3 days, he had absorbed almost half of the disaster crystal. He did feel that the divine power in his body was growing, but whenever he wanted to circulate his divine power, he felt powerless. He knew that his divine power was growing with the help of the disaster crystal, but he couldn't use it at all. Zhuowen opened the window and looked at the sky. With his current level of array formations, he could barely see that the whole sky was formed by a powerful array formation, but this array formation was too powerful. He couldn't see through it, let alone break it. Unless I can find the core of this array formation, it's basically impossible to break it. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, The moment Zhuowen lowered his head, he immediately noticed a sneaky figure looking in his direction from the entrance of an alley below, perhaps noticing Zhuowen's gaze. This person hurriedly shrank back into the alley and didn't dare to come out again. Zhuowen revealed a pondering look. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and he closed the window. Soon, Zhuowen found a piece of paper in the corner of the door. Picking it up, there was only one sentence inside. You have already been targeted. If you want to save yourself, come to the forest in the western part of the city tonight. Zhuowen thought for a moment, then burned the note. Within the Marquis of Jinyun's estate, Feng Lingmei looked at the middle-aged man before her and said, Uncle Chen, you're saying that our people were discovered by Zhuowen? The middle-aged man nodded and said, Zhuowen did discover the people who were tailing us. I'm afraid that he will suspect us. Humph, if you suspect me, then so be it. Father will come out of seclusion very soon. That weapon can only display its greatest power in Father's hands. At that time, we will send someone to have Zhuowen name a price. Our Jinyun Marquis residents will take the treasured sword on his body. Feng Lingmei coldly said, Elder sister, Father has already come out of seclusion. Feng Lingyu ran out from the hall and said, Happily. Feng Lingmei said happily, Really? I'll go see my father now. Within the inn, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He then opened the window and indifferently looked at a pair of heavily armored soldiers walking down the street. In front of the soldiers, Feng Lingmei and a sturdy middle-aged man were riding a tall horse side by side. Feng Lingmei raised her head and smiled sweetly at Zhuowen. Senior Zhuowen, can you come down for a chat? Zhuowen's face was expressionless. Soon after, he silently walked down the inn and came to the street. Within the inn, everyone was already in a state of panic. Everyone silently stood within the inn, not daring to act rashly. Because the person who came today was the Marquis of the Jinyun Marquis residence, Feng Yong. The Jinyun Marquis residence's power in Emo Luo City was second only to the city lord. Moreover, the difference was not big. They were the most favorable competitors for the new city lord. Their power in Emo Luo City was deeply rooted. Feng Yong looked down at Zhuowen from high above. His gaze fell on the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Zhuowen's back and said indifferently, I heard that this brave warrior saved my 2 daughters. I am truly grateful. Men, come and bring the prepared gifts. Soon after, more than 10 soldiers came from behind Feng Yong. They carried more than 10 large chests and opened all of them. Inside the chests were embroidered clothes, satin, precious jewels, jewelry, and many other things that Zhuowen had never seen before. Moreover, Zhuowen also found 2 chests of calamity crystal cores. These 2 chests did not contain calamity crystal stones, but calamity crystal cores that were even more precious than calamity crystal stones. Generally speaking, calamity crystal cores should only be taken out from the bodies of powerful strange beasts. And the strange beasts in the trial grounds were all very powerful. In this world where even divine power could not be used, everyone was just a group of mortals. How did they obtain these calamity crystal cores? When Feng Yong took out his rewards, many people on both sides of the street revealed envious expressions. Zhuowen only cupped his hands indifferently and said, Then many thanks to the Marquis. Ha! Brave warrior is too polite. Feng Yong laughed and immediately pointed to the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Zhuowen's back and said, I heard that the long sword on the back of brave warrior can cut through iron like mud. Can you let this Marquis take a look? Zhuowen sneered in his heart and waved his hand. Marquis, it's not that I don't want to let you see, but I can't easily take off this long sword. Once I take it off, it will definitely draw blood. Feng Yong nodded and immediately grabbed a soldier beside him. With a tear of his hands, he tore the soldier in half and said with a smile, "Now that it's drawn blood, I think brave warrior can take it off, right?" Zhuowen slightly frowned and shook his head. "When I said draw blood, it's not like what the Marquis is doing now." Feng Yong's eyes became cold, and he said indifferently, "It seems like brave warrior is looking down on this Marquis. You don't want to give this Marquis face, right?" Feng Lingmei quickly said with a smile, "Senior Zhuo, you might not know my father's hobby. He likes all kinds of divine weapons. What's the harm in letting him see it? If you don't mind, you can also name a price. Our Marquis Jinyun's mansion is one of the top forces in Maluo City." Zhuowen sneered even more in his heart. This Feng Lingmei was openly threatening him. He had saved Feng Lingmei's entire caravan before, but this woman was now repaying kindness with enmity. Feng Lingmei and Feng Yong looked down at Zhuowen from high above. In their opinion, this Zhuowen would submit. Get lost. What I hate the most in my life is being threatened, Zhuowen said coldly. At this moment, the street was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was looking at Zhuowen strangely. Even Feng Yong and Feng Lingmei had the same expression. "Ha! You really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Feng Yong was so angry that he laughed. Unfortunately, just as he laughed, the front leg of the horse he was sitting on was cut off. It knelt on the ground with a plop. Feng Yong's body stiffened, and he jumped off the horse in a sorry state. When Feng Yong came back to his senses, Zhuowen's glorious amethyst galaxy sword had already landed on his right arm. Puchi! Feng Yong's right arm was instantly cut off. Feng Yong screamed. When he wanted to retreat, Zhuowen changed the direction of his sword and cut off both of Feng Yong's legs. Feng Yong didn't expect that Zhuowen would attack without even saying a word. In addition, the glorious amethyst galaxy sword was too sharp, although he used his inner qi to resist. It was simply like an egg hitting a rock. The surrounding heavy-armored soldiers reacted one after another and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned. He lifted Feng Yong and said coldly, "All of you get lost. Otherwise, your Marquis will really die in my hands." Feng Yong also realized that something was wrong. He quickly shouted at the soldiers to stay away. Carrying Feng Yong, Zhuowen left the place in an extremely carefree manner, and the heavy-armored soldiers could only watch as Zhuowen disappeared from their line of sight. This was a woodshed. Feng Yong looked at the youth in front of him in fear. His whole body trembled. He didn't expect this kid to be so unbridled and powerful. After Zhuowen stopped the bleeding from Feng Yong's wounds, he tied him up. Although Feng Yong's legs were cut off and it was difficult for him to walk, he still tied him up just in case. Night fell. After the third watch, Zhuowen left the woodshed and came to the forest in the west of the city. "You really came on time. I didn't expect you to capture the Marquis of the Jinyun Marquis Mansion the moment you arrived in Maluo City." A cold voice came from the forest in front of him. A graceful figure walked out from the depths of the forest. The person who appeared in front of Zhuowen was a woman with black hair and eyes. She was dressed in black and had a demonic aura around her. This woman's beauty was inferior to Yun Chuyu's, but she had a unique charm. She was like a leopard in the rainforest. She had a demonic and wild beauty. "Which Yushan?" Zhuowen said in a deep voice. When he received the paper, Zhuowen had already guessed it. "I didn't expect you to be able to enter the 15th floor. You really surprised me. However, I'm a little puzzled. How did Wei Shua set his eyes on you? That guy's taste is very picky. He definitely won't make up the numbers. Yushan looked at Zhuowen from head to toe and smiled. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "The reason I came to the 15th floor was because Brother Mo Fan asked me to find you. As for whether you believe me or not, it's none of my business." That's right. That Wei Shua did trick me. However, he's not much better. At this moment, that Wei Shua should also be in this strange world. Yushan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She said in a deep voice, "You're saying that Wei Shua also entered this place of his own accord? That's impossible. This is not a good place. That Wei Shua would never enter this place. I was the one who pulled that guy in. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have obediently come in by himself," Zhuowen said indifferently. Yushan looked at Zhuowen carefully again. She began to seriously examine the young man in front of her. When she was at Dongyu Square, she remembered that this person was only a calamity true god. Although she couldn't use her divine sense now, she could see that Zhuowen's cultivation was definitely not above the void sky realm. Although the trial grounds were special, she knew very well how strong Wei Shua was. No matter how strong the divine sense of a cultivator below the void sky realm was, it couldn't be that much stronger, let alone be a match for Wei Shua. Chapter 2014. Re-entering Loch Ness, Senior Brother Mo Fan. "Are you all right?" Yushan asked. Although Yushan couldn't tell if Zhuowen was telling the truth, she knew that since Zhuowen knew about Mo Fan, he must have come here because of Mo Fan. "Brother Mo Fan is fine. By the way, I heard from Brother Mo Fan that you have the heavenly demonic fire?" Zhuowen suddenly stared at Yushan and asked. Yushan's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked coldly at Zhuowen and said, "What? You want to take the heavenly demonic fire from me?" Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Miss Yushan, you misunderstood. I just wanted to say that if you really do have the heavenly demonic fire, I would like to exchange it with you." Yushan still sneered and said, "Exchange? Do you know how precious the heavenly demonic fire is? Moreover, divine sense can't be used here. Even if you want to exchange it, you'll have to wait until we get out of here." Zhuowen nodded and looked at Yushan and said, "Could it be that Miss Yushan is interested in leaving this place?" Zhuowen knew that Yushan wouldn't invite him out for a secret meeting for no reason. There was only one possibility. Yushan must have something important to discuss with him. "You should be a divine array master, right? What grade are you?" Yushan suddenly asked. "Second grade, divine array master." Zhuowen was only a first-grade divine array master before. However, not long ago, due to the creation of the infinite engulfment, his cultivation speed was very fast, and he reached the second-grade divine array master. Only a second-grade divine array master? Forget it. I can only let you try. I've been here much longer than you. According to my investigation, the city governor's estate of Mo Luo City possesses the formation core of this world formation. If we can break the formation core, we'll be able to leave this place, Yushan said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He didn't suspect that Yushan would lie to him. After all, both of them were trapped here. Yushan didn't need to lie to him because there was no benefit. Also, if it's really as you say, and Wei Shua has also entered this world with that guy's array Dao ability, he will definitely be able to find the array core in the City Lord's mansion in a short period of time. We need to occupy that array core before Wei Shua does, Yushan said again. Wen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "Miss Yushan, before going to the formation, I have to enter the Loch Ness once. My glorious amethyst galaxy sword was taken out of my spirit ring when I was in the Loch Ness." Yushan glanced at the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Wen's back. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew clearly what Zhuo Wen's words meant. This person could actually use his soul consciousness to open a spiritual ring in this place. This was too unbelievable. The reason why Yushan could be like a fish in water in this place was mainly because she had a demonic tool on her. This demonic tool was something she carried with her and was not in her spirit ring. Therefore, she was invincible in this world by relying on this demonic tool. After thinking for a long time, Yushan gritted her teeth and said, "If you can really use your divine sense in the Loch Ness Lake, then you go first. I will occupy the array core first. But you have to go and come back quickly. This is the map of the City Lord's mansion. When the time comes, you just need to sneak into the mansion and find this location. I will be there." Yushan gave Zhuo a map, then left quietly. Returning to the woodshed, Feng Yong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His face was pale and bloodless. "Does your Jinyan mansion have a good mount? If you help me this time, I'll let you go. Moreover, I'll help you heal your broken arm and leg." Zhuo kicked Feng Yong and said indifferently. Feng Yong suddenly opened his eyes, showing a glimmer of hope. He quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Our Jinyan mansion has a black flame divine colt. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Its speed is absolutely superb." "Then show me the way." Zhuo picked up Feng Yong and left the woodshed. At this moment, the Jinyan mansion was in a state of panic. It was heavily guarded and brightly lit. In the hall, Feng Lingmei was anxiously walking in circles. She began to regret coveting Zhuowen's divine weapon. Her father, Feng Yong, could also kill a bloodthirsty lizard in an instant. Therefore, she thought that Zhuowen was at most on par with Feng Yong. But now, she knew that she was gravely mistaken, especially when she thought about how Feng Yong was defeated by Zhuowen in an instant during the day. She knew that she kicked an iron plate. "Miss, don't worry. I have already sent guards to search the city for that Zhuowen. They will definitely find the marquis," Uncle Chen said. Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly walked in from outside the hall. He trembled and said, "Miss, the marquis has been found." Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes lit up and said, "Where? Quickly bring me there." However, just as Feng Lingmei finished speaking, an indifferent voice came from outside the hall. Then, a white-clothed Zhuowen slowly stepped into the hall while carrying the half-dead Feng Yong. Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes froze. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she looked at Zhuowen in fear. "Protect Miss." Uncle Chen suddenly stood in front of Feng Lingmei. He held a large blade in his right hand and stared at Zhuowen in fear. Bang! Zhuowen casually threw Feng Yong on the ground. Then he looked at Feng Lingmei and said, "If you want Feng Yong, take out your mansion's black flame divine colt." Feng Yong also hurriedly said, "Lingmei, according to Lord Zhuo's instructions, quickly take out the black flame divine colt." Feng Lingmei was startled. She quickly reacted and ordered Uncle Chen in front of her. Soon, Uncle Chen brought over an incomparably tall and majestic horse. Zhuowen jumped up and sat on the horse's back. He laughed loudly and urged the horse to leave the Jinyan mansion. Feng Lingmei silently helped Feng Yong up. Her beautiful eyes looked at the departing figure with a complicated expression. The black flame divine colt was extremely fast. It only took a day to reach Loch Ness. At this moment, night had fallen. The bright moonlight in the sky was reflected in Loch Ness. Everything seemed so strange. Zhuowen thought of the giant eye at the bottom of the loch. A trace of fear involuntarily rose in his heart, but he quickly sobered up. Now was not the time to think about this. Splash! He jumped to the bottom of the loch again. Following his memory, he came to the place where he sank last time. Algae, After searching for a moment, Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised to find a section of algae that was pressed under a rock. Using the glorious amethyst galaxy sword to split open the rock, Zhuowen immediately discovered clumps of algae lying under the rock. In the center of the algae, a round monster with a large mouth was lying there quietly. It was split in two. Zhuowen immediately put away the algae. As for the round monster, he examined it and found that there was a golden bead inside. This aura is... Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the golden ripple that he absorbed in the trial ground. The aura of this golden bead was exactly the same as the golden ripple, but much more intense. Zhuowen silently put away the golden bead and cut off all the algae. Only then was he satisfied and swam towards the surface of the loch with a pile of algae. Stepping onto the shore, Zhuowen suddenly thought of the rock that he had shattered. He had not seen that rock when he was at the bottom of the loch. Now that he was at Loch Ness again, that rock had mysteriously appeared and was firmly pressing down on the algae. It was as if the rock had fixed the algae in place, waiting for Zhuowen to come and search for it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was shocked. He quickly turned back to look at Loch Ness. Unfortunately, a huge shadow had appeared at the bottom of Loch Ness. This shadow had a crack in the middle, revealing a giant eye. The giant eye silently stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen could see the mockery and ridicule in the giant eye's eyes. Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly left Loch Ness with the algae and mounted his black flame divine colt. This Loch Ness was really too strange. He was certain that everything that had happened just now was the doing of that giant eye. As for why the giant eye would do such a thing, Zhuowen could not figure it out, nor did he want to think about it. I'd better recover my consciousness first. Sitting on the back of the black flame divine colt, Zhuowen was as still as a mountain. He began to wolf down the algae in his hands. The amount of algae he had obtained this time was much more than what he had eaten in Loch Ness. Moreover, as he ate, Zhuowen constantly paid attention to the changes in his soul. To his pleasant surprise, the space of his soul was rapidly changing. Not far from the two galaxies, many stars began to appear. There were more and more stars, and there was a faint sign that there would be a third galaxy. Noticing this change, Zhuowen worked even harder to eat the seaweed. After half a day, Zhuowen finally finished eating all the algae. He was pleasantly surprised to find that 3 new galaxies had appeared in his soul. Including the 2 he had at the beginning, there were now 5 galaxies in total. His divine sense was also several times stronger than before. Furthermore, he was keenly aware that the strength of his spirit meant that the power that sealed his spirit was showing signs of loosening. There's still half a day left. I wonder if I can strengthen my consciousness to the point that even this world cannot seal it after I consume this golden pearl. Chapter 2015. Formation. I now Zhuowen was eager to enhance his soul and use his divine sense. Once he could use his divine sense, he would be able to open the spirit ring, and everything would be much more convenient. The golden bead entered his abdomen, and then a golden current flowed up from his abdomen and rushed into his soul. Zhuowen only felt unbearable pain in his soul and couldn't help but roar, but he could clearly feel that the number of galaxies in his soul space was increasing. The pain lasted for 2 hours before it slightly eased, and the number of galaxies in Zhuowen's soul space had increased to 10. I can use my divine sense. Zhuowen breathed a sigh of relief and said in surprise. Although the range of his divine sense was only 5 meters, Zhuowen knew that once he left this small world, his divine sense would definitely surpass most of the cultivators in the trial grounds. Now, Zhuowen was glad that he was able to enter Devil Fall Valley. If he hadn't entered Devil Fall Valley, he wouldn't have been able to encounter such a rare opportunity to enhance his divine sense. Moreover, the small world in Devil Fall Valley had an astonishing amount of calamity crystals. Once he collected them, it would definitely be a big fortune for him. Zhuowen summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen, and he entered the black-clothed Zhuowen's inner world to rest. The pain brought by the golden bead was extremely intense. Although his soul had strengthened a lot, it also made Zhuowen feel extremely tired. Now that Zhuowen and the black-clothed Zhuowen shared the same soul, Zhuowen wasn't worried that the black-clothed Zhuowen couldn't open the spirit ring. In the dead of night, Zhuowen left the black flame divine colt outside the city, and he quietly jumped into the city. Last time, because Zhuowen took Feng Yong hostage, he left in a hurry, so he didn't take the remaining 9.5 boxes of calamity crystals from the inn. He didn't need to think to know that it should have been taken by the people of Marquis Jinyun's mansion. At this moment, although it was already late at night, the Marquis of Jinyun's mansion was heavily guarded and brightly lit. Ever since he was brought back by Zhuowen, Feng Yong couldn't eat or sleep in peace. If it wasn't for the heavy security and lights, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. The Marquis has suffered too much of a shock. This old man is powerless to treat this illness. Outside the Marquis's estate, an old man that carried a medicine chest cupped his hands towards Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu in a rather ashamed manner. Dr. Chung, you're the most skilled doctor in Morwa City. If even you can't treat him, then it's even more impossible for those quacks to treat him. This, Feng Lingmei said anxiously. Dr. Chung waved his hand and said, "This is a heart disease. Forgive this old man for being powerless." With that, Dr. Chung hurriedly left the place. Father is a powerful martial artist, but now his legs and right arm are broken. He's like a cripple. So, Feng Lingyu sobbed. Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes revealed a look of shame. If it wasn't for her, her father wouldn't have found that fiend, Zhuowen, and wouldn't be as dispirited as he was now. I can cure your father's legs and right arm, but I need 10 million spars payment. Suddenly, a slender figure slowly walked in from outside the palace. Feng Lingmei looked at the figure, and her delicate body trembled. She couldn't help but tremble, because this person was none other than the culprit who caused her father to be in such a state. Zhuowen, how can I believe that you're not here to harm my father? Feng Lingmei said with a flushed face. Zhuowen sneered. Right now, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Why would I need to harm your father? If you don't believe me, then I'll be leaving. Wait, let him in. Inside the bedroom, Feng Yong said while trembling. Feng Lingmei gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "You can go in." Zhuowen leisurely entered the bedroom. The moment he closed the door, he instructed indifferently, "Remember to prepare 10 million spar." "Big sister, can we still trust this person?" Feng Lingyu said somewhat timidly. "Right now, I have no choice but to believe you. Tell your servants to bring over 10 million spar." Feng Lingmei said in a deep voice. About 2 hours later, huge boxes were piled up outside the bedroom. Inside these boxes, they were all disaster spar. At the same time, the door to the bedroom opened and 2 figures walked out. One of them was naturally Zhuowen, and the man behind Zhuowen made Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu extremely excited. "Father, are you really okay?" Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu immediately rushed over, and Feng Lingyu even burst into tears. Zhuowen came to the open space outside the bedroom and looked at the boxes of disaster spar that were piled up like hills, his eyes revealing a blazing light. With so many disaster spar in the entire trial grounds, only Zhuowen, had obtained so many. Feng Yong hurriedly came in front of Zhuowen and bowed deeply. "Master Zhuowen, please forgive me for my previous rudeness. There's no need to say any more. It's all in the past. I'll accept these things, and we don't owe each other anything." With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and stored all the disaster spar into his spirit ring, and then he instantly left the Marquis of Jinyun's mansion. How did this person do it? 10 million spar disappeared. Just like that. Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu looked at each other in dismay, full of shock. Feng Yong had a complicated look in his eyes. He had witnessed the entire process of Zhua when reconnecting his severed arms and legs. He knew that this person's methods were heaven-defying, so he didn't find it strange that he could take away millions of disaster crystals without anyone noticing. The City Lord's mansion was not far from the Marquis of Jinyun's mansion. Zhuowen quickly arrived at the City Lord's mansion and quietly sneaked in. The location Yu Shan mentioned was in the rockery in the back garden of the City Lord's mansion. It was said that the rockery had an illusion array. If an ordinary person did not have a strong soul, they would not be able to see through the illusion array. After Yu Shan entered Luo City, she was valued by the City Lord and held an important position in the City Lord's mansion. It was only then that she unintentionally discovered some clues about the fake mountain. Not long after, Zhuowen avoided several patrolling soldiers and arrived in front of the rockery in the back garden. The back garden was terrifyingly quiet. Zhuowen came to the front of the rockery, and sure enough, he found an illusion array on it. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. He actually smelled blood in front of the fake mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Soon after, a dense rain of arrows flew over the back garden. Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly as he quietly took out a huge square shield from his spirit ring. This square shield was only an ordinary heavenly divine artifact. He had found it in the spirit ring of a cultivator he had killed. Although he could not use it, he did not throw it away. After all, it was still a divine artifact. He usually collected it and gave it to Long Xiaotian and the others on the heavenly armor planet for safekeeping. How dare you barge into the City Lord's mansion in the middle of the night? You're courting death. A vigorous voice rang out in the City Lord's mansion like thunder. Then a burly man in heavy armor led groups of mansion soldiers and surrounded the entire back garden. Beside the burly man, Zhuowen saw a familiar figure. Wei Shuo, Zhuowen said with a gloomy gaze. Haha, Zhuowen, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Although I was tricked by you and entered this world, my familiarity with this place is not something you can compare to. Even Yu Shan is not as familiar with this place as I am. Wei Shuo said proudly. The burly man beside Wei Shuo had a respectful attitude. He looked at Wei Shuo with eyes full of awe. Although I can't use my divine sense or divine power in this place, as long as I have the formation flags and the power of the calamity crystals, I can still set up a powerful death trap array. You can't use your divine power or divine sense. How can you be a match for me? Wei Shuo continued. Where is Miss Yushan? Zhuowen asked calmly. Wei Shuo clapped his hands, and two soldiers immediately brought a woman over. The woman was shackled, and her clothes were torn in many places. Blood continuously flowed from her wounds, making her look extremely miserable. Yushan, that foolish woman. She thinks she's smart. She really thinks she's found the core of the formation. Unfortunately, the illusory formation in the back mountain is not the core of the formation, but the entrance to the deepest part of Devilfall Valley. Originally, I planned to lock the two of you in this great formation and then activate the sacrificial formation to sacrifice the two of you. Only then would I be able to enter. Unfortunately, I was also dragged in by a little bastard like you. That's why I didn't dare to use the sacrificial formation. However, the result will be the same. The two of you will still be my sacrificial offerings to enter the deepest part of Devilfall Valley. The self-satisfied smile on Wei Shuo's face grew even wider. Yushan seemed to wake up. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Zhuowen apologetically. Zhuowen, I've dragged you down this time. Ha! It's not bad to let you become a pair of miserable lovebirds before you die. However, time is up. Capture this person, Wei Shuo said coldly. Immediately, the soldiers in the back garden swarmed over, weapons in hand, and charged at Zhuowen. Zhuowen wielded glorious amethyst galaxy sword and slashed out again and again. His speed was extremely fast, and each strike killed several soldiers. So you still have a divine artifact on you. That's a bit surprising. Wei Shuo stood there quietly, paying no attention to the soldiers who were killed. He simply stared at Zhuowen. In truth, he was still quite wary of Zhuowen. Even though he couldn't use his consciousness and divine power, he didn't want to take the risk himself. He planned to let the soldiers of the city lord's mansion exhaust Zhuowen's strength. Then, he would activate the death trap formation he had set up here and kill this Zhuowen in one fell swoop. My lord, my mansion soldiers? The city lord of Maluo City felt a bit sorry for the dead soldiers. What? You have a problem with that? Wei Shuo looked coldly at the city lord. Chapter 2016. Sacrifice inside the back garden. The number of soldiers dwindled. Zhuowen began to stagger as if he would fall at any moment. Wei Shuo looked at Zhuowen, who looked like he would fall at any moment. His lips curled into a grin as he formed a series of seals with both hands, activating the array he had set up in the back garden. In an instant, the entire back garden was shrouded in a hazy mist, making it impossible to see clearly. Yushan's beautiful eyes dimmed as she sighed. She knew that Zhuowen was done for, and that she was not far from it. This kid's stamina is pretty much exhausted. Go in and grab that Zhuowen. Wei Shuo waited outside the array formation for a while. After making sure that there was no movement inside, he knew that Zhuowen must have exhausted all his strength. He said to the city lord beside him in a deep voice. Although this array was a death trap array, most of them were mainly used for trapping and killing. He didn't really want to kill Zhuowen. He still needed Zhuowen, so how could he kill the latter? The city lord looked dejected. He looked at Wei Shuo and could only follow the former's advice and enter the death trap array. However, the city lord had been in the death trap array for a long time, but he didn't come out. This made Wei Shuo suspicious. Just as Wei Shuo was considering whether or not to release the death trap array, clear footsteps slowly walked out from the array. Bang! This figure was carrying a person and casually tossing him to the ground. His gaze was indifferently fixed on Wei Shuo. Wei Shuo frowned slightly as he looked at the figure below in surprise. This figure was none other than Zhuowen. Whoosh! Just as Wei Shuo finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air shot out from behind him. Fortunately, Wei Shuo's reaction was fast enough. He kicked off with his right foot and dodged to the side. At the same time, a divine spear appeared in his hand, and he raised it up, blocking the sound of something breaking through the air. He focused his gaze and found that the attack was actually a whirlpool of killing intent formed by the 12 embryos of the No beginning demonic gold. Behind the whirlpool of killing intent was the white-robed Zhuowen. You actually have a doppelganger that can use divine sense? How is this possible? Wei Shuo cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately for him, the other 12 embryos of the No beginning demonic gold had transformed into a whirlpool of killing intent that smashed towards Wei Shuo's back. Puchi! Wei Shuo let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. However, invisible ripples flowed behind him. This person had actually set up a small defensive formation on himself. In this world where divine sense and divine force could not be used, it was almost impossible for anyone to break through the defensive array set up by Wei Shuo. But Zhuowen was an exception. The instant Wei Shuo fell, Another 12 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos shot out. Together with the other 24 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos, they formed a powerful whirlpool of killing intent that smashed heavily onto Wei Shua's body. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Shua was unable to resist at all, and was sent flying by the vortex of killing intent. However, the defensive formation on his body was incomparably tough and actually did not break. This is a defensive formation that my sect master personally set up on me. How can mere no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos break it? Seeing that the 36 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos were unable to break through the defensive formation on his body, Wei Shua breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shua naturally trusted the formations set up by the sect master of the Demonic Pearl sect, Yang Muchio. However, in this world where divine sense and divine force could not be used, the defensive formation on his body was much weaker than usual. After all, operating a defensive formation required energy. The defensive formation was not supported by his divine force, but by the backup energy that Yang Muchio had left in the formation. However, this backup energy was not endless and could not be maintained for too long. Therefore, Wei Shua planned to kill Zhuowen while the defensive formation was still usable. Oh, I see. Then let's try out the power of the no-beginning demonic gold sword. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. Then, with a wave of his right hand, another 12 no-beginning demonic gold swords flew out from his spirit ring. However, this time they were not sword embryos, but real divine swords. The no-beginning demonic gold sword's blades were incomparably sharp, black and gold mixed together, and seemed to have a demonic quality. Most importantly, on the surface of these 12 no-beginning demonic gold swords, there was a raging black fire that seemed to never be extinguished. This black fire was the demonic Heavenly Dipper fire. Xiao He had relied on this demonic Heavenly Dipper fire to finally forge the sword embryos into real divine swords. At the same time, the no-beginning demonic gold swords were also imbued with this terrifying demonic Heavenly Dipper fire. As soon as the no-beginning demonic gold swords appeared, they floated in the void and slithered around, interweaving into a terrifying demonic fire vortex. Rumble! The demonic fire vortex smashed heavily on the defensive formation on the surface of Wei Shua's body. Immediately after, a terrifying cracking sound was heard, and the tough defensive formation shattered. In an instant, Puchi, Wei Shua spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily on the ground. The moment he tried to stand up, the black-clothed Zhuowen had already arrived in front of him. His right foot stomped on Wei Shua's chest, causing Wei Shua to once again come into close contact with the ground. He almost fainted. Zhuowen straightforwardly took off Wei Shua's spirit ring. Then he took out a hemp rope and skillfully tied Wei Shua up. After doing all this, Zhuowen put away the black-clothed Zhuowen. At the same time, he used the glorious purple galaxy sword to cut off the shackles on Yushan. Yushan was still in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. She didn't think that Zhuowen could really use his divine sense in this place. Although the range wasn't very far, in the process of battle, he could completely crush cultivators who couldn't use their divine sense. Can you tell me about this world? Zhuowen arrived in front of Wei Shua and said indifferently. Wei Shua's eyes were full of resentment. He didn't think that he would be captured alive by this Zhuowen. All his previous schemes had been completely wasted because of Zhuowen. Not going to talk. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. His right hand pressed on Wei Shua's head. Wei Shua immediately panicked. What are you doing? Are you going to search my soul? Zhuowen didn't bother to pay attention to Wei Shua. His powerful divine sense entered Wei Shua's divine sense from the top of his head. Now, Zhuowen's divine sense was extremely powerful, coupled with the fact that Wei Shuo couldn't use his divine sense. He could only passively accept Zhuowen's barbaric soul search. Stop, I'll talk, okay? Wei Shuo was terrified. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Zhuowen sneered. He didn't care about Wei Shuo's fear at all. He continued to search the depths of Wei Shuo's divine sense. Soon, Wei Shuo was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was on the verge of death. Zhuowen's soul search wasn't gentle at all. It was extremely damaging to Wei Shuo's divine sense. So that's how it is. This world exists within a sacrificial array. Moreover, the ones being sacrificed are all foreign cultivators. Moreover, they have to be cultivators with powerful divine senses. Otherwise, the sacrifice won't succeed. Zhuowen muttered, "Brother Zhuo, many thanks for this." Yushan cupped her hands towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen waved his hand. "I already have a grudge with this Wei Shuo. Even if you weren't here, I would have done it. Now, come with me. Our only way out is to enter the depths of Devilfall Valley." With that, Zhuowen entered the fake mountain. As for the illusion array above, it didn't affect him and Yushan at all. After passing through the illusion array, Zhuowen and Yushan appeared in front of a small open space. In the center of the open space was an array. What are you doing? Are you going to sacrifice me?" Wei Shuo, who was originally in a daze, noticed the array in front of him. He immediately struggled to his feet and continued, "I'm telling you, the sacrifice target must be 2 cultivators with powerful divine senses. Sacrificing me is useless unless you sacrifice Yushan as well. Only then will you be able to open the passage to the depths of Devilfall Valley." As soon as Wei Shuo said this, Yushan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She immediately looked at Zhuowen, her gaze somewhat guarded. When Wei Shuo tricked her into entering this world, he naturally wanted to sacrifice her. The only reason he hadn't done so was because there was still one person missing. If Zhuowen wanted to enter the depths of Devilfall Valley, he would have to sacrifice both her and Wei Shuo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open the passage to the depths of Devilfall Valley. What a cheap trick to sow discord. "Miss Yushan, if I wanted to sacrifice you, would you still be able to move freely?" Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Yushan, then carried Wei Shuo towards the array in front of him. Yushan's cheeks reddened. Zhuowen's words were somewhat sarcastic. At the same time, she also felt a bit embarrassed about the wariness she had shown just now. "It's useless for you to sacrifice me alone. Wei Shuo continued to jabber on, but Zhuowen pushed him straight into the array formation. Instantly, the array began to emit a terrifying light. The light grew more and more dazzling, more and more intense. Wei Shuo screamed again and again. Zhuowen's sharp senses discovered that Wei Shuo's divine sense was constantly being absorbed by the array. At the same time, a crack seemed to be opening up above the array. The crack continued to open, and Wei Shuo's screams grew more and more intense. Finally, he stopped screaming. His divine sense had been completely absorbed, and the crack had only opened up a few inches. Moreover, as Wei Shuo's divine sense was exhausted, the crack seemed to be closing up. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He pushed off with his right foot, and his powerful divine sense transformed into 2 giant hands that pushed open the closing crack. Break. Within Zhuowen's spiritual space, the 2 galaxies immediately shattered. A sharp pain shot through him, causing Zhuowen's forehead to break out in cold sweat. The 2 giant divine sense hands increased in power, and they pushed open the crack to the height of half a person. "Go up." Enduring the pain, Zhuowen said to Yushan, who was still in a daze. Yushan came to her senses and immediately leaped up, entering the crack. After Yushan entered, a terrifying force came from the crack. The 2 divine sense hands showed signs of collapsing. Break again. Chapter 2017. Bedevilment Stone. Zhuowen, are you all right? Zhuowen fell to the ground and felt a splitting headache. Yushan's voice sounded in his ears. Shaking his head, Zhuowen came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "I'm fine." Ever since he ate the seaweed in Loch Ness and the golden bead on the water monster, Zhuowen's divine soul was not only much stronger than before, but his recovery ability was also very strong. The 3 galaxies that had exploded in his divine soul space were now showing signs of recovering. Looking around, Zhuowen discovered that what appeared in front of him was the interior of a large black hall. Above this large hall, there was a strange black fog lingering. Yushan looked at Zhuowen with some worry. She knew very well that if it weren't for Zhuowen, she wouldn't have been able to walk out of that world alive. Thinking of this, Yushan took out a wooden stick that was burning with black fire from her spirit ring. Since she had completely left the array, Yushan's divine sense and divine power had recovered, so she could open her spirit ring. This is the Big Dipper demonic fire. I heard you mention it before. I, Yushan, have no way to repay you, so I can only use this Big Dipper demonic fire to repay you for saving my life. Yushan handed the wooden stick to Zhuowen. Thank you, Miss Yushan. Zhuowen received the Big Dipper demonic fire with ecstasy and immediately sent it into his spirit ring. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Xiaohe, asking it to forge the remaining no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos into no-beginning demonic gold swords. Zhuowen could feel that this wooden stick contained a lot of Big Dipper demonic fire. It should be enough to forge the remaining 36 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos. This is the deepest part of Devilfall Valley, putting away the Big Dipper demonic fire. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the hall around him, and his brows slightly furrowed. That should be it. Perhaps this hall was where that demonic Dao expert cultivated back then. Yushan said with some uncertainty, "Let's look around here." Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Thus, the 2 of them began to rummage through the large hall. Of course, the 2 of them searched extremely carefully, as they were deeply afraid they would encounter some sort of formidable restriction within the hall and cause unimaginable consequences. However, after searching for a long time, they discovered that apart from the strange demonic mist above their heads, there didn't seem to be anything else. Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something and raised his head abruptly, only to see the demonic mist above the main hall tumbling violently. Yushan also noticed the abnormality of the demonic fog. She raised her head and saw that the demonic fog was constantly twisting and twisting, actually forming a huge eye, staring into the giant eye. Yushan's tender body went soft as an irresistible sense of fear rose in her heart. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was astonished. Wasn't this giant eye the same one he saw at the bottom of Loch Ness? The giant eye's pupils moved back and forth between Zhuowen and Yushan, as if it was carefully sizing up the 2 of them. Finally, it stopped on Zhuowen. Zhuowen's hair stood on end. Being stared at by such a strange giant eye, no one would feel good. "What is this thing?" Yushan asked in a trembling voice. Zhuowen shook his head. Although he had seen this giant eye before, he didn't know what it was. "The 2 of you, how about we make a bet?" After confronting each other for a while, it actually spoke. Zhuowen and Yushan looked at each other. Then Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "Bet? What kind of bet?" The giant eye narrowed, and soon after, a huge black rock more than 30 meters in size fell from the tumbling demonic mist. The black rock had an irregular shape. On the surface of the rock, there were densely packed words. Zhuowen couldn't understand these words. Or rather, what was carved on the rock didn't look like words at all, but more like graffiti. This is the Bedevilment Stone, which contains the heaven-devouring demon emperor's demonic tome. I'll give the 2 of you 10 years. As long as one of you isn't affected by the bedevilment stone and becomes demonic, I'll let you leave Devilfall Valley, the giant I said with a mocking smile. What if the two of us become demonic? Yushan asked. The giant I sneered. Then you'll become one with me. Shuo Wen's eyes became extremely dignified. The heaven-devouring demon emperor that this giant I spoke of was likely a demonic path supreme elder that had perished in Demonfall Valley. But just what was this giant I? Thinking of this, Zhuowen moved his divine sense, and the 12 primitive demonic golden swords turned into a terrifying black flame vortex and blasted towards the giant I above. Unfortunately, the moment the black flame vortex blasted the giant I, it missed. This giant I turned out to be an illusory body. Ha! You've got guts, daring to attack me. The giant I looked at Zhuowen indifferently, but Zhuowen sneered and said, What? Do we have to listen to your arrangements? The giant I wasn't angry, but smiled faintly. You have to listen to my arrangements, or you'll be trapped here forever. After saying that, the giant I slowly dissipated into countless demonic mist. I don't believe I can't find any exit. Zhuowen snorted coldly, ignoring the bedevilment stone, and rushed back, quickly arriving at the door of the main hall. However, the door of the main hall was tightly sealed. Zhuowen used the primitive demonic golden swords again, but it was to no avail. The door was too hard, and it seemed to contain a powerful restriction array. Zhuowen tried other attacks, but it was to no avail. As for his trump card, the heavenly lightning, Zhuowen didn't reveal it. The entire main hall should be spied on by the giant I, so he didn't dare to reveal too much. From the feedback of the attack just now, he knew that even if he used the heavenly lightning, it would be difficult to blast open the door. Let's go back and take a look at the bedevilment stone. Zhuowen turned and walked towards the center of the main hall, but the moment he turned around, the sound of something breaking through the air swept over. Zhuowen quickly leaned to the side, avoiding the sound of something breaking through the air, and then he found that Yushan had appeared behind him without him knowing. At this moment, Yushan's eyes were scarlet, and she let out a low growl, looking extremely strange. Bedevilment! Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. How could he not see the signs of Yushan's bedevilment? It seemed that when he attacked the main hall's door, Yushan couldn't resist the temptation of the so-called heaven-devouring demonic book in the bedevilment stone. She began to comprehend the bedevilment stone and was influenced by the bedevilment stone to completely bedevilment. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that Yushan's bedevilment was too fast. How long had it been? It should be related to Yushan's demonic cultivation. Xiao He transmitted. Whoosh! Yushan let out a low growl, took out a long black whip from her spirit ring, and fiercely swung it at Zhuowen's face. Demonic chi surged. Zhuowen didn't dare to be careless. He dodged the whip and immediately controlled the 12 primitive demonic golden swords to fly toward Yushan. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle, and the sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. Yushan was a peerless genius of the heavenly demon island, and her cultivation was at the peak of the illusory sky second step. Her strength was much stronger than Lu Guang's. Facing the bedeviled Yushan, Zhuowen was still somewhat struggling. Whoosh! Zhuowen didn't hesitate to summon the black-clothed Zhuowen. At the same time, he made the black-clothed Zhuowen use Devour's innate ability, Purgatory. The surrounding 1,000 miles instantly turned into a purgatory. Countless refined souls entangled Yushan, causing her strength to plummet. On the other hand, Zhuowen relied on the refined souls to continuously increase his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle once again. Zhuowen had the support of the black-clothed Zhuowen, and with the support of the 5th-level Dao intent, he completely suppressed the bedeviled Yushan in one fell swoop. After several hundred rounds of battle, Zhuowen suddenly roared, and the glorious amethyst galaxy sword slashed out horizontally. Countless sword lights swept out, forming a huge domed territory in the sky. This domed territory was like a vast mountain, and it unceremoniously pressed down on Yushan, forcing her to kneel on the ground. This sword move was the sixth move of the Tao of Destruction sword technique, Firmament Tao Domain. It activated countless sword lights, and in a special arrangement formed a huge domed territory, which could ruthlessly suppress the opponent. The domed territory was extraordinary. Although it was formed by illusory sword lights, this territory was as heavy as a huge territory, and it was enough to crush many cultivators. The moment Yushan was suppressed by the Firmament Tao Domain, Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands, and used Devour to continuously set up trapping and confining arrays. For hours later, Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. The Sky Dome Tao Domain had already vanished, while Yushan was completely under his control. She was trapped in the confinement formation that he had set up. After dealing with Yushan's matter, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the bedevilment stone. He was a little hesitant about whether he should comprehend the bedevilment stone, as the giant I said. After all, Yushan had been bedeviled in such a short time, which showed how terrifying the bedevilment stone was. However, if he didn't comprehend the bedevilment stone, the hall was too tough. Even the current Zhuowen couldn't break it. Thus, comprehending the bedevilment stone was his only choice. Let's give it a try. Chapter 2018. Devouring demonic tome. The moment Zhuowen's divine sense entered the bewitching stone, he could clearly feel a terrifying demonic nature rushing into his divine sense, following his divine sense into his divine sense, and entering his divine sense. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was incomparably powerful. The moment this demonic nature rushed in, it was blocked by his divine sense. Moreover, as time passed, he discovered that the demonic nature was becoming stronger and stronger. As Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the bewitching stone, the demonic mist above the hall once again rolled, forming the giant eye. The giant eye silently looked at Zhuowen's figure, a complicated look flashing through its eyes. This kid's original body is actually Devour. I really didn't expect to meet someone of the same race here. Perhaps it's also a pitiful little fellow wandering in the starry sky. To be able to meet someone of the same race while I'm still alive, it's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. I just don't know if this kid can resist the corrosion of the bewitching stone for 10 years. The giant eye slowly disappeared, its faint voice echoing in the heavens and earth. However, Zhuowen's mind was completely focused on the bewitching stone, so he didn't hear the giant eye's words. Time passed bit by bit, and Zhuowen's entire body was filled with terrifying demonic energy. This demonic energy was emitted by the bewitching stone, and it rushed into Zhuowen's body. The demonic energy was terrifying, and Zhuowen discovered that the black-clothed Zhuowen had an extremely strong resistance to demonic energy. Therefore, he had already recalled his original body and let the black-clothed Zhuowen replace him in front of the bewitching stone. Zhuowen only needed to firmly guard his divine sense, preventing the terrifying demonic energy from corroding his divine sense. Therefore, during this period, Zhuowen was constantly on high alert, guarding against the demonic energy invading his divine sense and completely turning him into a demon. It was also because of this constant operation of his divine sense that Zhuowen's divine sense became increasingly powerful under the effects of the myriad stars meditation diagram and the demonic energy. In the 9th year, the number of galaxies in Zhuowen's spiritual space had reached more than 100, and the strength of his spiritual sense was more than 10 times that of 9 years ago. This was absolutely terrifying. It could be said that the current strength of Zhuowen's divine sense was far superior to that of ordinary void sky cultivators. Perhaps only cultivators like Lei Qi, who had reached the 5th step of the void sky realm, could compare to Zhuowen. On the 10th year, the demonic qi of the demonization stone reached an extremely terrifying level. Aside from his soul, the black-robed Zhuowen's entire body had been demonized. His entire body was filled with terrifying demonic qi, causing the black-robed Zhuowen to look like an ancient demon. Damn it, the devil qi has actually become so terrifying. Zhuowen was still guarding his divine soul with all his might, but the devil qi in the outside world was becoming more and more terrifying. Even Zhuowen was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. In desperation, Zhuowen thought of the no-beginning demonic golden sword. In the past 9 years, Xiaohe had also used the heavenly demonic flames to completely refine the no-beginning demonic golden sword embryo into the no-beginning demonic golden sword. The no-beginning demonic golden sword swept out with raging demonic flames. Soon after, the terrifying devil qi lingering in the surroundings was completely absorbed by the no-beginning demonic golden sword. As the devil qi was absorbed by the no-beginning demonic golden sword, the pressure on Zhuowen decreased significantly. Of course, he didn't dare to let down his guard. At the same time, he used Devour's powerful devouring power to devour the devil qi that was trying to approach his divine soul. Devour's physical body was still extremely strong. Although the devil qi was terrifying, it didn't seem to have any adverse effects on Devour's physical body. On the contrary, when the devil qi entered Devour's body, it actually transformed his body into an even more powerful demonic body. The benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was that Zhuowen's divine soul wasn't demonized. Zhuowen's soul consciousness suddenly found that the incomprehensible characters on the surface of the bedevilment stone began to emit inky black light. Then, these characters began to rearrange themselves, condensing into a black, finger-thick devil book. On the surface of the devil book, there were 4 words, Heaven-Devouring Devil Book. The moment the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book was formed, the devil qi in the surroundings dispersed. Zhuowen blankly received the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book that appeared in front of him. Not bad, not bad. You've held on for so long without being demonized. You've really surprised me. The giant eye appeared in the sky again, calmly looking down at Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen couldn't feel happy. He felt that everything had gone too smoothly. Logically, the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book was the so-called Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor's lifelong learning. How could he have obtained it so easily? The giant eye seemed to see through everything, saying, haven't you discovered anything after 10 years of being eroded by the devil qi? Zhuowen was stunned. Then, he found that Devour's body was filled with cold devil qi, and Devour's original aura was completely covered by this devil qi. It was as if the devil qi in the bedevilment stone had become a protective umbrella that covered Devour's aura. Zhuowen thought of something, suddenly opening the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book. After a quick glance, his eyes lit up. The first page of the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book mentioned that humans couldn't cultivate it. Little guy, your real body is Devour, right? The Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor's real body is also Devour, and I'm the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor. To be more precise, I'm just a wisp of the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor's soul, the giant I said with a self-deprecating smile. Zhuowen's eyes were calm, and he wasn't too surprised. After reading the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book, he had already guessed that the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor's identity might be Devour. However, the giant eye was wrong. Devour wasn't Zhuowen's real body, but his doppelganger. Of course, Zhuowen didn't want to trouble himself by explaining this to the giant eye. Devour is a powerful race in the starry sky, but it's also a lonely race. The birth of each devourer means the fall of the previous generation of devourers. I used to be like you. As soon as I was born, I drifted in the starry sky. In order to blend into the heaven territory, I carefully cultivated the human clan's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, the human clan's cultivation technique wasn't suitable for me. Later on, I found that I could cultivate a part of the devil cultivator's cultivation technique. So, I started to cultivate the devil cultivator's cultivation technique. However, as I continued to cultivate the devil cultivator's cultivation technique, I got tired of it because it wasn't suitable for me. So, I created the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book. This Heaven-Devouring Devil Book is only suitable for devourer to cultivate. More importantly, after cultivating the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book, the aura of devour in your body will be completely covered by the devil chi. Even the Lord of the Heaven territory won't be able to sense that your real body is devour. He will think that you are a devil cultivator through and through. Ever since I was defeated by Lord Brahma, I only left behind a wisp of my soul in Devilfall Valley. During this time, many cultivators entered, but they were all humans. They were unable to cultivate the heaven-devouring demonic book, so they were unable to pass down my legacy. But it's different now. You're here. You're from the same race as me. You can inherit my legacy and cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book. Speaking up to here, the giant I looked at Zhuowen with shining eyes. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He somewhat understood why the giant I didn't attack him when he met Zhuowen in the Nest Lake. It was likely that the giant I had seen through the doppelganger of Devour in Zhuowen's body. Now that I've obtained the heaven-devouring devil scripture, I've indirectly inherited your legacy. Furthermore, I've also won the bet between us. I believe you can now let me and Miss Yushan leave Devilfall Valley, right? Zhuowen said calmly. The giant eye narrowed its eyes and said in a deep voice, I can release that female cultivator immediately, but not you. The heaven-devouring devil book isn't that easy to cultivate. You have to stay here until you've completely cultivated the heaven-devouring devil book. Only then will I let you leave. Zhuowen had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still looked calm on the surface. He said, in that case, many thanks to Senior. This junior is willing to cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book here. Let Miss Yushan leave first. The giant I was very satisfied with Zhuowen's performance and nodded repeatedly. Soon after, Yushan, who had been imprisoned, was released. At this moment, Yushan's demonized state had been completely broken. She looked around and said in confusion, What happened to me? Zhuowen, are you all right? Zhuowen came to Yushan and said, Miss Yushan, you leave Devilfall Valley first. I still have some things to do here. Yushan still wanted to say something, but she also noticed the giant eye in the sky. Her delicate body trembled, and she could only nod and say, Be careful. No need to talk nonsense. Get lost. The giant eye said impatiently and teleported Yushan out. Start cultivating the heaven-devouring devil book. I don't have much time left. You have to cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book before my time is up, the giant I said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to seriously read the heaven-devouring devil book. It was unknown whether it was because of the demonic chi or because the heaven-devouring devil book was made for devour, but Zhuowen's cultivation speed was very fast. In just 2 months, he had cultivated the heaven-devouring devil book to minor completion. The main function of the heaven-devouring devil book was to strengthen devour's innate devouring ability. It was said that if one cultivated it to perfection, they could even swallow the heavens. Of course, this saying was a bit exaggerated, but it showed how terrifying the heaven-devouring devil book was. After all, it was tailor-made for devour's innate talent. Just as Zhuowen was about to continue cultivating, countless veins appeared in the giant eye's eyes. My time is up. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 2019. Secrets of the Heavenly Domain. Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes, unable to move his body. He could only watch as the black fog formed by the giant eye continuously entered his body. Even if Zhuowen wanted to forcefully resist, he helplessly noticed that the devil qi that filled his entire body firmly restrained him on the spot, causing him to be unable to move. It's useless. I purposely poured the demon qi of the bewitching stone into your body. Even if your real body is devour, after 10 years of demon qi's corrosion, you can't escape my control. The heaven-devouring demon emperor's ferocious voice slowly resounded in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. Since he had inherited Devour, he knew that Devour was indeed powerful, but it was indifferent to emotions. If Devour's emotions were rich, it wouldn't have devoured the adult Devour the moment it was born. After all, Devour was a very selfish race. In Devour's mind, there was no such thing as familial love. As long as it could become stronger, it could do anything. In Devour's eyes, the only thing that mattered was itself. When the heaven-devouring demon emperor had revealed his identity as Devour, Zhuowen had never believed him. Zhuowen, who had inherited Devour, knew Devour too well. "Seems like you've planned everything," Zhuowen said in a low voice. The heaven-devouring demon emperor laughed wantonly. "Haha, don't worry. This emperor will replace you and rise again. At that time, I will find that bastard great Brahma to take revenge, and the 8 heavenly domains will be mine. Great Brahma didn't attack me because of my identity, but because I know the secrets of the 8 heavenly domains." Zhuowen's mind flickered. He wanted to summon his real body to help, but after hearing the heaven-devouring demon emperor's words, his interest was piqued. Although the demon qi had eroded Zhuowen's entire body, it was only his doppelganger. His real body was still in the spirit ring. Moreover, the heaven-devouring demon emperor had mistaken Devour's doppelganger for his real body, so he wasn't too worried. Even if all of the black-clothed Zhuowen were devoured by the heaven-devouring devil emperor, Zhuowen's original body would not be affected too much. What secrets do the 8 heavens hold? Zhuowen probed. The sky-devouring demon emperor laughed coldly and said, "Trying to trick me? But there's no harm in telling you, since you're going to be a dead man soon anyway. Let me tell you, there are countless cultivators in the 8 heavens, but why hasn't there been a single heaven-crushing cultivator? Even the most powerful heavenly realm, the ruler of the Nadi Shiva realm, Sakyamuni, has only reached the peak of the 9 steps void realm. This involves the heaven-crushing essence, and the heaven-crushing essence is scattered throughout the 8 heavens. Only by gathering all of the heaven-crushing essence in the 8 heavens can one have a chance of breaking through to the heaven-crushing realm. Although the 8 heavens seem peaceful, there are actually turbulent undercurrents in the dark. Moreover, in order to obtain a chance to break through to the heaven-crushing realm, the rulers of the 8 heavens are madly trying to comprehend the heaven-crushing essence in their heavens. At this point, the sky-devouring demon emperor paused again, and his voice was filled with a hint of anger as he said that bastard Lord Brahma has the worst talent among the rulers of the 8 heavens. The heaven-crushing essence in the Lord Brahma realm should be called fortune manipulating the heavens, and it's on par with the 2 strongest heaven-crushing essences in the Hua, Xia heavenly realm and the Sakyamuni realm. But that trash Lord Brahma, apart from hiding the heaven-crushing essence of good fortune manipulating the heavens in the Tower of Hanoi, he still hasn't comprehended it. Originally, I accidentally comprehended the heaven-crushing essence of good fortune manipulating the heavens, but unfortunately, that trash Lord Brahma discovered it. That bastard is stronger than me, and he used my identity as Devourer to attack me and then suppressed me in the Devilfall Valley. His goal was to extract the essence that I comprehended from my divine soul, that son of AB asterisk TCH. Fortunately, I was smart enough to leave a trace of my soul behind. Otherwise, I would have been completely finished. At the mention of Lord Brahma, the sky-devouring demon emperor's voice trembled with anger. Heaven-crushing essence. Purple chi from the east? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He remembered the Tao will that Tai Ching of the Hua, Xia heavenly realm, had comprehended. This Tao will was purple. Could it be the heaven-crushing essence that Lord Brahma mentioned? Or could it be that the Tao will was a new power that Tai Ching had comprehended from the heaven-crushing essence of the Hua, Xia heavenly realm, purple chi, from the east? Although Zhuowen was still a little confused, he knew that the Tao will and purple chi from the east were inseparable. At the same time, he remembered the mysterious woman in black who had taken Moyan Wushang away. That mysterious woman in black claimed to be from the Six Desires Palace of the Six Desires Heavenly Realm. That woman in black had taken a fancy to Moyan Wushang's mystical power of the melody that he had comprehended. Could it be related to the heaven-crushing essence of the Six Desires Heavenly Realm? Zhuowen remembered what Tai Ching had done in the past. Although Tai Ching was not very ruthless, his purpose was to improve his own Tao will. Lord Brahma had used an extreme method by directly absorbing it. What about the Six Desires Heavenly Realm? Zhuowen knew that taking Moyan Wushang to the Six Desires Palace was probably his biggest mistake. He now began to suspect that the Six Desires Palace might attack the melody that Moyan Wushang had comprehended. He's too weak. Zhuowen sighed softly. He knew very well that facing the Six Desires Palace now was like throwing an egg against a rock. Of course, whether it was as he guessed, Zhuowen had to go to the Six Desires Heavenly Realm to see Moyan Wushang to find out. Well, you know what you need to know. You can go on your way with peace of mind. After the heaven-devouring demon emperor finished speaking, the demonic mist that had drilled into Zhuowen's body surged even more violently, as if it wanted to tear Zhuowen's whole body apart. Yes, you should go on your way with peace of mind. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he immediately summoned the white-robed Zhuowen. What? Why did you summon your human doppelganger? The heaven-devouring demon emperor sneered. The white-robed Zhuowen sneered and said, "You're wrong. The human is my real body. Devourer is my doppelganger. So, you've chosen the wrong target." After saying that, the heavenly thunder eye between the eyebrows of the black-robed Zhuowen cracked open. Immediately, the white-robed Zhuowen held the glorious purple galaxy divine sword and slashed at the surging demonic mist. The purplish-black lightning was extremely fast, spreading all over the black-robed Zhuowen's body in an instant. The heaven-devouring demon emperor snorted, his powerful divine sense sweeping out to resist the purplish-black lightning. His real body used to be Devour, so he was naturally familiar with the heavenly thunder. What kind of sword is this? It can cut off the divine sense and affect the spirit. The glorious purple galaxy divine sword had already slashed across. Immediately, the heaven-devouring demon emperor relied on his powerful divine sense to resist the purplish-black lightning. With a scream, his divine sense was shattered, and the heavenly thunder eye enveloped the entire demonic mist. Crackling sounds continued to ring out. At the same time, Zhuowen released the soul-absorbing divine needle. Since the heaven-devouring demon emperor had only left a trace of his soul, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He had many weapons that targeted the spirit, and his own spirit was extremely powerful. All of the heaven-devouring demon emperor's calculations fell on the black-robed Zhuowen, so he did not expect that the white-robed Zhuowen was the real body of Zhuowen. Therefore, He had lost any chance of possessing Zhuowen. The soul-absorbing divine needle was extremely powerful. As soon as it rushed into the demonic mist, it began to fly and flip constantly, destroying the pitiful remaining soul of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. "Brat, even if I die, I won't let you go," the heaven-devouring demon emperor roared, and the terrifying black mist turned into a sharp vortex, blasting toward Zhuowen's left heart as if it had teleported. The speed of the black mist vortex was so fast that Zhuowen only had time to take a step to the right before the black vortex pierced through Zhuowen's chest. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The black mist vortex continued to spin in front of his chest, crushing all of Zhuowen's ribs. "Get lost!" Zhuowen swung the glorious purple galaxy divine sword again, and quickly slashed out 100 times. The black mist vortex finally collapsed under the countless sword lights, and Zhuowen lay on the ground in despair. No wonder the great Brahma, heaven, personally took action. Even if he only left a wisp of his soul, he is still so powerful. I underestimated the heaven-devouring demon emperor just now. Zhuowen coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly took out a level 7 divine medicine for healing from his spirit ring. He swallowed it, and the blood on his chest stopped flowing a little. "Xiaohei, protect me. I have to heal my wounds first." Zhuowen summoned Blackie and gave it some instructions, after which he swallowed a couple of precious divine medicines before sitting cross-legged on the ground to recuperate from his injuries. Zhuowen's injuries were too severe. The sky-devouring demon emperor's desperate attack had almost torn his body in half. Moreover, this kind of tearing did not only affect his body, but even his divine soul had the illusion that it was being torn apart at that moment. Chapter 2020. Promoted to True God. 3 Disaster Zhuowen spent 3 whole months recuperating in the hall before he fully recovered from his serious injuries. The name of the heaven-devouring demon emperor sounds so domineering, but how can it be so shabby? This dragon lord has been searching this hall for a long time, but I couldn't find anything. Is this guy just a facade? Zhuowen opened his eyes and immediately heard Xiaohei's dissatisfied voice. During these 3 months of time, Zhuowen had been recuperating, whereas Blackie had been running about madly within the hall because he wanted to find something within the hall. Unfortunately, he'd come up empty-handed. The heaven-devouring demon emperor's true form is Devour. Since Lord Brahma defeated him, he must have taken all the good stuff. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed Devilfall Valley on the 15th level of the trial ground, Zhuowen said with a smile. Xiaohei was a little annoyed. It looked at Zhuowen and asked, "What about the heaven-devouring demon book?" The black-clothed Zhuowen, who was sitting on the other side, slowly stood up. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of Devour's aura on his body. Even if the black-clothed Zhuowen didn't use the shapeless all-life, no one would be able to find out that his true form was Devour unless someone completely removed the demonic qi on his body. Another point was that the black-clothed Zhuowen had cultivated the heaven-devouring demon book, so the devouring power on his body was much stronger than before. This devouring power wasn't reflected in the size of the object it devoured, but in the energy it devoured. When Zhuowen was undergoing the lightning disaster, the devouring vortex was easily destroyed by the lightning. However, it was different now. After cultivating the heaven-devouring demon book, Zhuowen was confident that even the black-clothed Zhuowen would have a high chance of succeeding in his 20th lightning disaster. Then, how do we leave this place? Xiaohei asked with a frown. Zhuowen softly smiled. Soon after, he picked up the bedevilment stone at the center of the hall and said, "This bedevilment stone is the core of Devilfall Valley. Over the past 10 years, I have thoroughly researched this bedevilment stone." After saying that, Zhuowen threw the bedevilment stone to the black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen inserted his demonic chi into the stone. Creak. The originally closed door of the hall slowly opened. Outside the door was the Devil Fall Valley filled with demonic chi, and this hall was located in the core of Devil Fall Valley. Do you want to leave Devil Fall Valley now? Blackie asked in a deep voice. Zhuowen smiled, saying, although the heaven-devouring demon emperor's true treasures were taken away by Lord Brahma, Devil Fall Valley's abundant reserves of calamity crystals can't be abandoned just like that. Moreover, I plan to cultivate here for a while. After saying that, the black-clothed Zhuowen handed the bedevilment stone to Xiao He, saying, Xiao He, the bedevilment stone contains detailed information about Devil Fall Valley. In addition to the calamity crystals, there is also a mineral vein called Devil Gold Sacred Stone. What? Devil Gold Sacred Stone? Where is it? Xiao He immediately shouted excitedly. It should be in the northern part of Devil Fall Valley. There are many restrictions around Devil Fall Valley. Only those with the bedevilment stone can freely enter and exit Devil Fall Valley. If you want the Devil Gold Sacred Stone, take the bedevilment stone and go to the northern part. After saying that, Zhuowen summoned the flame behemoth and patted its head, saying, while you're at it, take this big guy and find all the calamity crystals in Devil Fall Valley. These calamity crystals are very useful. The calamity crystals in Devil Fall Valley were definitely far more than the sum of the calamity crystals in the 14 trial floors. Moreover, these calamity crystals were not as effective for void sky cultivators as for true gods. Zhuowen didn't have much use for them. However, he wasn't alone. Devour's inner world had many cultivators from the Heavenly Armor Star and Zhuowen's Ryuka clansmen. As Zhuowen continued to provide resources to the Heavenly Armor Star and even put the entire Ziwei galaxy into Devour's inner world, more and more heavenly gods appeared on the Heavenly Armor Star. There were even some true gods. However, the cultivators of the Heavenly Armor Star were relatively young, so there weren't that many true powerhouses. With enough calamity crystals, the cultivators of the Heavenly Armor Star and even the entire Ziwei galaxy would cultivate much faster, especially for true gods. As long as they didn't pursue too high a goal, they could use the calamity crystals to pass through 3 or 4 calamity crystals to quickly advance. Zhuowen knew that as the Heavenly Armor Star and Ziwei galaxy continued to develop, there would be more and more true gods. At that time, there would also be many void sky experts. No problem. Xiao He grinned. He immediately summoned the Blood Immortal and said, Little Blood Immortal, follow this dragon lord to mine the Devil Gold Saint Stone vein. If there is enough of that thing, it can directly upgrade us to the top-grade True God artifact level. We might even reach the Void Sky Divine artifact level. The Blood Immortal's eyes lit up. She quickly said, Dragon Lord, don't worry. Little Blood Immortal will follow you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to blow air, I won't fart. After the Blood Immortal finished her flattery, Blackie left the palace with the Blood Immortal sword and the fire sword of extreme Daos in satisfaction. Zhuowen hasn't come out yet. Outside the Devil Fall Valley, Yushan sat cross-legged on a rock. Her beautiful eyes fell on the Devil Fall Valley that was filled with billowing devil chi. She frowned slightly. She had waited here for more than 3 months, but Zhuowen didn't show any signs of coming out. After hesitating for a while, Yushan carved a paragraph on the rock and left the Devil Fall Valley. She had a total of 50 years in the trial ground. She had already wasted 10 years in the Devil Fall Valley. She couldn't stay at the 15th level forever. She longed to enter the 18th level. Half a year passed. In this half a year, Xiao He brought the fire beast and searched the entire Devil Fall Valley. Since Xiao He found the Devil Gold Saint Stone at the back of the Devil Fall Valley, He treated the Devil Fall Valley as a treasure ground. He wanted to find other veins here. However, Xiaohe was disappointed. Other than the Devil Gold Saint Stone vein, he didn't find anything. The only thing he gained was the endless disaster crystals. The amount of disaster crystals in the Devil Fall Valley was beyond the imagination of Zhuowen and Xiaohe. Xiaohe's spirit ring was large enough. However, he had to load it 10 times before he could transport all the disaster crystals in the Devil Fall Valley back to the main hall in the center of the Devil Fall Valley. After searching the Devil Fall Valley, Zhuowen and Xiaohe began a long period of seclusion in the main hall. In the 3rd year, the black-clothed Zhuowen passed the 16th lightning disaster. In the 5th year, he passed the 17th lightning disaster. In the 7th year, he passed the 18th lightning disaster. In the 10th year, he passed the 19th lightning disaster. Another 10 years passed. The white-clothed Zhuowen slowly stood up. The aura on his body was extremely vast. An unimaginable flame aura spread out from his body. The 10th lightning disaster. If I pass it, I will be able to become a true god of 3 disasters. The white-clothed Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then he flew out of the main hall. His body was surrounded by 48 devil gold swords, which were burning with the devil gold swords. With the devil gold swords, the white-clothed Zhuowen was not particularly afraid of the fire disaster. This was because the devil gold swords had the characteristic of swallowing all flames. It could be said that it was full of demonic nature. Even if it was the fire of a true god of 2 disasters, it would still be swallowed. The white-clothed Zhuowen had relied on the devil gold swords to pass the previous 9 fire disasters. As soon as the white-clothed Zhuowen left the main hall, purple flames began to surge out from the Yongquan acupuncture point on his feet. This flame was like a sharp sword. It traveled along Zhuo Wen's Yongquan acupoint and spread to his limbs and bones. It was as if it wanted to burn all of his internal organs. Zhuo Wen did not panic. Instead, he carefully controlled the Big Dipper demonic fire on the surface of the golden sword of no beginning and poured it into his meridians. In the meridians of his waist and abdomen, he intercepted all the purple flames that surged up from below. This process was actually very painful. 2 different flames were fighting in the internal organs. The pain was worse than death. About 4 hours later, the Heavenly Dipper devil fire finally suppressed the purple flames, and Zhuo Wen's pale face gradually eased up. Although he had the assistance of the devil gold swords, Zhuo Wen was actually on tenterhooks every time he passed the fire disaster. Although the devil gold swords were not bad, it was far from being as strong as the heavenly thunder. Moreover, the black-clothed Zhuo Wen was in seclusion and had lost the powerful devouring whirlpool. Hence, Zhuo Wen was extra careful when he passed the 10th fire disaster. After passing the 10th fire disaster, the white-clothed Zhuo Wen's aura skyrocketed again. The aura was more than a few times stronger than before. I have finally become a true god of 3 disasters. Zhuo Wen heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. Although his original body was from the human race and was not as strong as his doppelganger, Zhuo Wen's original body should have the fighting power of Void Sky, one step even if he did not rely on Devour's doppelganger. Of course, if he had Devour's innate talent Purgatory and the support of Tao intent, Zhuo Wen would be comparable to Void Sky 2 steps. If the black-clothed Zhuo Wen can pass the 20th lightning disaster smoothly, he will become the powerful True God Extreme Thunder. With True God Extreme Thunder's innate talent and Devour's innate talent, he will be comparable to an expert of Void Sky 4 steps. The white-clothed Zhuo Wen returned to the main hall, and his gaze fell on the black-clothed Zhuo Wen, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Back then, the purple star monarch had become True God Extreme Thunder and true God extreme fire at the same time. His strength was comparable to an expert of void sky 7 steps. Although the black-clothed Zhuowen had only become true God extreme thunder, and his strength could not be compared to the purple star monarch, he should not be weaker than void sky 4 steps. Of course, this was only Zhuowen's guess. As for how strong the black-clothed Zhuowen was, he would have to wait for the black-clothed Zhuowen to pass the 20th lightning disaster. Another batch of disaster crystals has been used up. The white-robed Zhuo, when glanced at the few remaining disaster crystals behind the black-robed Zhuo 1, he quickly took out many disaster crystals from his spirit ring and piled them up more than 10 meters high behind the black-robed Zhuo 1. Originally, Zhuowen thought that the Devilfall Valley had enough disaster crystals. However, after seeing the black-clothed Zhuowen's terrifying appetite, he knew that he was too naive. Especially after the lightning disaster, the amount of disaster crystals required made even Zhuowen speechless. Now, the black-clothed Zhuowen was only left with the last lightning disaster. The amount of disaster crystals required was probably more than the previous ones combined. Chapter 2021, Thunderous Thundergate. In Devilfall Valley, Zhuowen stayed for another 5 years. The black-clothed Zhuowen had almost consumed 1/10 of the disaster crystals in Devilfall Valley. Finally, there was some movement. The white-clothed Zhuowen suddenly stood up. He stared at the black-clothed Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged. He could feel the terrifying aura that was surging out of the black-clothed Zhuowen's body. Such a terrifying aura. This aura contains extremely destructive thunder, aura. Not far away, Xiao He, who was lying on the Devil Gold Holy Stone mine and absorbing continuously, suddenly lifted her head and stared at the black-clothed Zhuowen solemnly. The blood immortal also fixed her attention on the black-clothed Zhuowen. As the two of them had obtained a large amount of Devil Gold Holy Stone, the Thunder Fire Sword and Blood Immortal Sword had improved tremendously during the time they were in Devilfall Valley. They had both leveled up to super-grade true god weapons, especially the Thunder Fire Sword. The sword's power was far beyond an ordinary super-grade true god weapon. Even though Zhuowen's original body had many trump cards, he felt that the Thunder Fire Sword was difficult to deal with. It's going to be the 20th Thunderbolt disaster. Zhuowen's gaze grew solemn. After the 15th Thunderbolt disaster, every Thunderbolt disaster would become more and more terrifying. He had witnessed how terrifying the 19th Thunderbolt disaster was with his own eyes. The 20th Thunderbolt disaster was the key for the black-clothed Zhuowen to become Extreme Thunder Real God. Its power would definitely be extraordinary. The black-clothed Zhuowen flew out of the hall and landed outside Devilfall Valley. At that moment, the billowing demon aura above Devilfall Valley scattered in all directions. Following that, more and more lightning gates appeared above him. There were a total of 20 gigantic lightning gates. Plus, every thunder gate was much scarier than the one that appeared in the 19th Thunderbolt disaster. What? 20 thunder gates? This? Zhuowen and Xiao He were both stunned. In the past, aside from the consecutive lightning disasters, only one lightning gate would appear in each lightning disaster. Now, however, a total of 20 lightning gates had appeared in the 20th lightning disaster. Moreover, every lightning gate was so terrifying. No wonder it's said that it's difficult to become an extreme Tao true god. A normal lightning calamity is enough to make many first calamity true gods suffer. 20 lightning gates have appeared at the same time during the 20th lightning calamity. This is the rhythm of killing. Xiao He lamented. The black-robed Zhuowen had a solemn expression on his face. The 48 beginning devil gold swords circled around him. Furthermore, Each of the beginning devil gold swords had traces of black vortexes attached to them. It was the devouring whirlpool created by Zhuowen with the heavenly devouring devil book. Its devouring power was much stronger than Devour's innate devouring ability. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 20 lightning gates opened simultaneously. 20 lightning bolts shot out. Each lightning bolt was as thick as an arm. Moreover, the lightning bolts were eerily purplish-black. The black-robed Zhuowen controlled the 48 beginning devil gold swords and turned them into 20 whirlpools of killing intent. They faced the 20 lightning bolts and barely blocked them. At the same time, the heavenly thunder eye appeared between Zhuowen's eyebrows and started to absorb the 20 lightning bolts in an orderly manner. Boom! However, not long after the 20 lightning bolts struck down, the 20 lightning gates in the sky opened at the same time. Then lightning bolts as thick as thighs rained down without any regard for their lives. They instantly enveloped the space that Zhuowen was in. The lightning bolts were so terrifying that all the restrictions in the Devil Fall Valley were turned into dust. The white-robed Zhuowen and Xiaohe had no choice but to retreat from the Devil Fall Valley. They looked at the lightning bolts that were striking down continuously in shock. What a terrifying lightning disaster. The lightning bolts are striking down continuously. There's no buffer time at all. This Zhuowen's heart was beating wildly. Now that he was connected to the black-robed Zhuowen's mind, he could feel that the black-robed Zhuowen was having a hard time resisting the lightning bolts. The black-robed Zhuowen had used the heavenly devouring devil book and relied on the surging devil chi of the Devil Fall Valley to resist the lightning disaster. Even so, the lightning disaster was still steadily suppressing the black-robed Zhuowen. The whirlpools of killing intent formed by the 48 beginning devil gold swords were smashed again and again. Even the terrifying devouring whirlpools that Zhuowen had created with the devil chi of the Devil Fall Valley were suppressed by the lightning bolts again and again. They were constantly collapsing, reforming, and collapsing. When the lightning arcs that splashed out landed on the black-clothed Zhuowen's body, they were actually able to burn a portion of his body into charred pieces. The black-robed Zhuowen's original body was Devour. His body was extremely strong, but he was still burned by the lightning bolts. It was clear how terrifying the lightning bolts of the lightning disaster were. Under the bombardment of the lightning bolts, the black-robed Zhuowen used all his skills. He even used the heavenly thunder eye to block the terrifying lightning disaster. The lightning disaster was becoming more and more terrifying. The entire 15th floor shook violently. The tremors were like ripples in the water, spreading throughout the vast trial ground. On the 10th floor, Yun Chuyu was sitting cross-legged beside a quiet lake. Mo Fan was standing on a rock behind her. Rumble! The enormous lake water exploded, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground of the 10th level. The intense vibrations converged into a symphony of vibrations. All the cultivators on the 10th floor were shaken. They stood up one after another, their eyes filled with confusion. Senior brother Mo Fan, what's going on? Yun Chi rushed to Mo Fan's side and asked in confusion. Mo Fan's gaze was solemn. He pointed at the horizon of the 10th floor, where a huge shadow of a lightning gate had appeared. Although the shadow of the lightning gate was not real, its aura was exceptionally terrifying. It was much stronger than the lightning gate formed by a normal lightning disaster. Someone is going through the 20th lightning disaster. Mo Fan's gaze was complicated. Going through a lightning disaster was a relatively common thing in the trial ground. However, only the legendary 20th lightning disaster could cause such a huge commotion. This was because once one went through the 20th lightning disaster, they would become the legendary extreme Thunder Real God. Their strength would be comparable to an ordinary void sky cultivator. Not only Mo Fan, but the other cultivators also thought of this. They were all guessing which genius was going through the 20th lightning disaster. Someone is going to become extreme thunder real god. Yun Chuyu was surprised. However, Mo Fan shook his head and said that might not be the case. The 20th lightning disaster is very terrifying. Even the most outstanding genius may die if he is not careful. Once he dies, he will be dead. Not only on the 10th floor, countless cultivators in the entire trial ground saw the shadow of the lightning gate that appeared in the void. On the 17th floor of Tong Tian Tower, a lady with snow-white hair and a long white dress sat quietly. She raised her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes landed on the 17th floor outside the tower. She saw the huge lightning gate and felt the tremors of Tong Tian Tower. Want to become extreme thunder real god? This person's courage is commendable, but the chances of success are very slim. This lady was Tong Chimei from Half Moon Hall. In her first year in the trial ground, she had entered the 17th floor and defeated many geniuses. She had also stayed on the 17th floor for a total of 25 years. Tong Chimei no longer paid attention to the shadow of the lightning gate outside the tower. Her beautiful eyes landed on the stairs in front of her. At the end of the stairs was the 18th floor of the trial ground. It was said that very few people had reached the 18th floor. Moreover, there were many exciting rumors about the 18th floor. Regardless of whether it was due to honor or curiosity, Tong Chimei wanted to step into the 18th floor to take a look. Deng, deng, deng. Tong Chimei walked up the stairs step by step. In an instant, the pressure on the stairs gathered to form a violent hurricane. Tong Chimei's white hair swayed wantonly under the hurricane. She looked like a fairy flying from the heavens. Finally, Tong Chimei reached the end of the stairs. She only needed to take one more step to enter the 18th floor. 18th floor, here I come. As she spoke, Tong Chimei suddenly stepped onto the end of the stairs and disappeared from the 17th floor. Outside the Tower of Hanno, in the triangular plaza, although countless cultivators were paying attention, they could not see the sudden appearance of the lightning gate. However, there was another matter that caused a stir in the entire square. Someone has entered the 18th floor. Who is this person? Uproar and clamor filled the entire plaza. The trial ground was divided into 18 floors. However, there were very few cultivators who could truly enter the 18th floor. In the past 10,000 years, there were only a few who could do so. Today, another genius had entered the 18th floor. How could the cultivators not be shocked and excited? The person who has entered the 18th floor is Chimei within the veiled palanquin. Waning Moon's cold voice carried a trace of gentleness. Demonic Pearl sect Master Yang Muchio hurriedly congratulated Waning Moon. As expected of the Half Moon Hall's peerless genius. She's so young and has already entered the 18th floor. Half Moon Hall will probably become stronger in the future. Waning Moon smiled, clearly in a good mood. She said, Sect Master Yang is too polite. Your Demonic Pearl sect's Wei Shua's talent is also top-notch. Perhaps he can catch up and enter the 18th floor. Yang Muchio smiled. Sect Master Waning Moon is too polite. Compared to Marshal Niece Chimei, Wei Shua is still a distance away. It's already very good that he can enter the 17th floor. Yang Muchio and Waning Moon's conversation had no intention of hiding anything. Everyone in the plaza heard it clearly. Many cultivators also knew that the person who had entered the 18th floor was Half Moon Hall's Tong Chimei. Although many cultivators doubted Waning Moon's certainty, it seemed that other than Tong Chimei, it was very difficult for any cultivator who had entered the trial ground to achieve such an achievement. The Half Moon Hall was the head of the 10 major sects, and Tong Chime was the most famous in the northern Yu region. However, the other regions had more or less heard of Tong Chime's name and knew that Tong Chime was a rare genius that only appeared once every few 100,000 years. Chapter 2022, Provocation and Counterattack. Tong Chime is definitely the strongest genius among all the cultivators in this trial ground. The genius disciples of the other 10 sects have all been overshadowed by Tong Chime's radiance. Yu Yewei, the sect master of the Serene Mirage sect, sighed. That's not necessarily true. Heaven and Earth sect and Void Cleansing Peak are second only to Half Moon Hall. The strongest geniuses of these two sects, Lianze and Liangdan, are both quite strong. It's also said that they are geniuses who have ascended 4 times in Void Sky. These two might even reach the 18th floor. Ling Yunji, sect master of High Heaven sect, said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you are not very confident in the geniuses of our Dongyu." Mo Ji, island master of Heavenly Demon Island, said indifferently. Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji smiled awkwardly but did not answer. The most outstanding disciple of Dong Yu was none other than the witch of Heavenly Demon Island, Yushan. Although Yushan was outstanding, there was still a gap between her and Tong Chime, Lianze, and Liangdan. In fact, they did not even think that Yushan could enter the 17th floor. As for Yu Tanjing of Serene Mirage sect and Ling Zhua of High Heaven sect, although they were quite talented, they knew very well that the gap between them and Yushan was not small, let alone Tong Chime, Lianze, and Liangdan, the 3 top geniuses. Someone else has entered the 18th floor, and 2 people have entered at once. Suddenly, an uproar came from the crowd. Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji both looked up and saw that there were 2 more light spots on the 18th floor light screen of the Tower of Hanno. It should be Lianze of the Cosmos sect and Liangdan of the Void Cleansing Peak. It's only been 25 years, and they have already entered level 18. Those 3 are truly blessed by the heavens. If they were to come across some sort of serendipity in the remaining 25 years, their cultivation states would most likely skyrocket once more. Yu Yewei sighed out once more. Emoji did not speak. He just looked at the sighing Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji quietly and sneered in his heart. These 2 were the sect masters of High Heaven sect and Serene Mirage sect of the 10 great sects, but now they were looking up to others without any competitive spirit. This made Emoji despise them. On the 15th level, the lightning bolts became more terrifying and powerful, almost forming a prison of lightning in the air. The enormous Devilfall Valley had already become a scene of devastation after being bombarded by the frightening lightning arcs. The surging demonic chi above had completely dissipated at this moment, leaving behind only the remnants of the valley. Whoosh, whoosh. Naturally, there were also many powerful cultivators on the 15th floor. They were either cultivating on this floor, looking for opportunities, or training here. When the lightning gate descended, it attracted a lot of cultivators from the 15th level. It's coming from the direction of Devilfall Valley. Furthermore, with such a terrifying thunder gate, it's obvious that someone is undergoing the 20th thunder calamity. Could it be that someone is going to become true God, extreme thunder? Let's go and take a look. Voices rang out from every corner of the 15th floor. Soon after, many figures flashed through the air. Their goal was the same: Devilfall Valley. Devilfall Valley was quite famous on the 15th floor. However, due to the dense demonic energy within Devilfall Valley, it was very difficult for ordinary people to find the entrance to Devilfall Valley. Thus, many cultivators on the 15th floor would rarely enter Devilfall Valley for training. because in Devilfall Valley it was very easy to die if one was not careful. After a short while, close to 100 cultivators landed on the periphery of Devilfall Valley. When their gazes fell on the devastated Devilfall Valley, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Devilfall Valley, which used to be surging with demonic chi and overflowing with ferocious flames, was now completely in ruins. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles in the ruins, it was completely filled with dense lightning arcs. Every single lightning arc was enough to split mountains and shatter the void. The cultivators who were close to Devilfall Valley could not imagine if they would be lucky enough to survive if they were to be in the midst of such frightening lightning arcs. None of the cultivators left. They all stopped at the periphery of the lightning arcs. They wanted to see who the extremely daring person who dared to undergo the 20th Thunder Calamity was. Outside the range of the lightning arcs, Zhuowen stood there quietly. However, his face did not look too good, especially when he saw close to 100 cultivators gathered around him. His gaze became even gloomier. The black-clothed Zhuowen's situation was not optimistic. He was currently bitterly enduring the lightning arcs. If it were not for the heavenly thunder eye and the heaven-devouring demonic tome's powerful devouring power, the black-clothed Zhuowen would have already died. Regardless of whether the black-clothed Zhuowen could survive this thunder calamity, the following matters would be very difficult to deal with. Devilfall Valley's reputation on the 15th floor was too great. Legend said that it was the place where a demonic Tao powerhouse fell. It was also said that there were many resources and inheritances of the demonic Tao powerhouse. Now that the black-clothed Zhuowen was undergoing his 20th Thunder Calamity here, whether he survived or not, he would become the target of public criticism. I saw you here before I came to Devilfall Valley. Do you know who the person undergoing the tribulation in Devilfall Valley is? A black-faced man rushed in front of Zhuowen. He looked down at Zhuowen condescendingly and questioned Zhuowen as if he were a prisoner. Yes, the three of us were the first batch to come here. We arrived here 10 breaths after the thunder calamity occurred. At that time, this child was already here. Either this child was nearby, or this child had some relationship with the person undergoing the tribulation. There were 2 other people behind the black-faced man. One of them was a man with a cold expression. He licked his lips and looked at Zhuowen somewhat maliciously. The auras of these 3 people were not very strong, but they had all reached the virtual sky realm. Although Zhuowen's cultivation had not touched the virtual sky realm, he could sense that these 3 people should be cultivators who had just condensed the virtual sky bridge not long ago. They probably obtained enough disaster crystals in this trial ground to advance to the virtual sky realm. They saw that Zhuowen's aura was only that of a true god of 3 disasters, so they probably had bad intentions. The surrounding people with discerning eyes could see at a glance that these 3 people were deliberately looking for trouble with Zhuowen. The reason was very simple. They said it was grand, but in fact, it was to give the 3 of them a reason to attack Zhuowen. After all, true gods of 3 disasters were not common on the 15th floor. Even if this kind of cultivator's divine sense was powerful, it was very limited. They were definitely not stronger than virtual sky realm cultivators. However, no one came out to stop them. Everyone had a mocking expression. They wanted to see how this true god of 3 disasters would deal with these 3 virtual sky realm cultivators. I don't know the person undergoing the tribulation in Devilfall Valley. I just happened to pass by here and happened to meet a senior undergoing the 20th Thunder Calamity here, Zhuowen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Although he also knew that these 3 people were deliberately looking for trouble, he did not want to pay attention to them. Now, all his attention was on the black-robed Zhuowen. He only hoped that the black-robed Zhuowen could completely pass the 20th Thunder Calamity. This kid looks very suspicious at first glance. I suspect that this guy is lying. This kid might be the companion of the person undergoing the tribulation inside. Capture him first." The black-faced, brawny man grinned. A terrifying divine sense surged out and turned into a huge hand that grabbed at Zhuowen. The two people behind the black-faced, brawny man looked at all of this with eyes full of ridicule. Zhuowen's eyes were full of killing intent. Originally, he did not want to bicker with the black-faced, brawny man and his two companions. Unfortunately, the black-faced, brawny man actually looked for trouble and even tried to kill him. Thus, he could not blame Zhuowen for not being polite. "Puchi," the black-faced, brawny man screamed miserably. The huge hand formed by his divine sense instantly collapsed. He also suffered a backlash from the shattering of his divine sense. Intense pain came from his divine sense, causing him to scream again and again. However, the black-faced, brawny man's screams did not last long. A purple sword silently entered between his eyebrows. The black-faced, brawny man glared at the cold-looking young man in front of him. He really could not believe that the young man in front of him was just a true god 3 disasters. How could his strength be so terrifying? He actually cut off his divine sense hand so easily and so quickly. "I hate that I can't use the energy of the illusory bridge. I can't accept this," the black-faced, brawny man roared, and his head exploded. Zhuowen continued to rush toward the two people behind the black-faced, brawny man with the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. His movements were not sloppy at all. In the trial ground, all the cultivators' divine senses were restricted. Cultivators above the void sky realm were even more restricted. The energy of the illusory bridge in their bodies was also restricted, so they could not use their full strength. This was also why the black-faced, brawny man was so unwilling after being killed by Zhuowen. It should be known that a void sky cultivator would not die immediately after his soul was destroyed. He would only truly die if the illusory bridge was completely destroyed. However, in the trial ground, the illusory bridge of a void sky cultivator was restricted. This also meant that if one soul was destroyed here, the energy of the illusory bridge could not be used. Therefore, a void sky cultivator was the same as a true god here. The destruction of his soul meant that he had died. "How dare you sneak attack Brother Zhou? You're courting death." The other two cultivators reacted, and their eyes were spitting fire. In their opinion, the black-faced cultivator was killed by Zhuowen's sneak attack. Therefore, not only were they not afraid of Zhuowen, but they also took out their divine weapons and attacked Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He waved the glorious amethyst galaxy sword and blocked the two divine weapons. The soul-absorbing divine needle between his eyebrows shot out extremely quickly and sank into the glabella of one of the cultivators, destroying his soul. Bang! After blocking the two divine weapons, Zhuowen rushed toward the last cultivator as fast as lightning. After seeing his companion killed in an instant, the cultivator lost all his morale. He screamed and hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, in front of Zhuowen, who had the torch dragon wings, this person's speed was not worth mentioning. Soon, Zhuowen caught up with him and killed him with one sword strike. Zhuowen killed 3 void sky cultivators cleanly in an instant, completely shocking the surrounding cultivators. The ridicule in the eyes of many cultivators turned into fear and reverence at this moment. Although the black-faced cultivator and the other two had just advanced to the void sky realm, their combined battle power was not weak. Moreover, the young man with the purple sword was only true god 3 disasters. Chapter 2023. Siege at that moment. Many of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but distance themselves from Zhuowen. Although there were many cultivators who were stronger than the burly man, Zhuowen was able to kill the burly man, and the other two so easily. It was obvious that Zhuowen wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it wasn't necessary, they really didn't want to take the initiative to provoke the young man who looked like a real god 3 disasters. Look, the power of the thunder disaster above Devilfall Valley is weakening. It seems that the thunder disaster is going to be over soon. Someone suddenly said, and it instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Seeing that the thunder disaster was indeed weakening, many of the cultivators immediately focused their attention on the thunder disaster. They knew clearly that whether the owner of the thunder disaster could succeed and become real god Extreme Thunder would depend on whether he could survive the terrifying lightning arcs. Moreover, most of the cultivators at the scene had their own ideas. Since the owner of the thunder disaster was in Devilfall Valley, it meant that this person must have obtained many benefits in Devilfall Valley. He might even have obtained the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty. No matter if the person who was going to survive the thunder disaster was dead or alive, he must have some good things from Devilfall Valley. Everyone didn't want to let go of those good things. Even if the person didn't die from such a terrifying thunder disaster, he would be at his weakest right after the thunder disaster. With so many of them, they wouldn't be afraid of a weak, real god, Extreme Thunder. Bang! The 20 lightning gates collapsed one after another, and the densely packed lightning arcs in the surroundings also dissipated at this moment. A wretched figure fell to the ground amidst the dissipated lightning arcs. When everyone's eyes landed on this miserable figure, a long ray of light flashed past and caught this miserable figure. Immediately, it rushed into the distance. The speed of the rainbow was too fast. Almost at the moment when the thunder gates disappeared, it flew to the miserable figure's side and escaped immediately. By the time everyone reacted, the streak of light was already 1,000 miles away. It's that guy just now. He's really with the cultivator who is going to survive the thunder disaster. Let's chase after them. The two of them must have some good things from Devilfall Valley. They might even have obtained the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty in Devilfall Valley. A blue-robed cultivator exclaimed and summoned a flying divine artifact. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Zhuowen. Not only the blue-robed cultivator, but the other cultivators also followed closely behind. Streaks of light tore through the sky like a meteor shower as they pursued at high speed. Boom! Boom! At the same time, under the control of these cultivators' divine sense, all the divine artifacts flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen placed the black-robed Zhuowen into his spirit ring. At this moment, the black-robed Zhuowen was not in a good condition. His entire body was charred black, and his flesh was lacerated. He had even suffered some serious internal injuries. Luckily, the black-clothed Zhuowen had passed through the thunder disaster successfully. Zhuowen believed that as long as the black-clothed Zhuowen recovered, he would be a real god, Extreme Thunder. By then, his fighting power would definitely be frightening. Boom! Boom! Zhuowen's train of thought was interrupted by the many divine weapons flying behind him. These guys! Zhuowen's eyes turned gloomy. Without thinking, he extended the torch dragon wings, and his speed increased tremendously. The divine weapons that were flying towards him missed their target. The torch dragon wing's speed was very fast. Even if those cultivators had flying divine artifacts, they were far behind Zhuowen's current speed. Looking at the cultivators who were getting further and further behind him, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon felt that something was amiss. Swoosh! All of a sudden, many transparent threads appeared in front of him. Like spiritual snakes, they flew towards Zhuowen to bind him. Zhuowen snorted coldly and slashed with his glorious purple galaxy sword. However, to his surprise, the glorious purple galaxy sword could not cut through the transparent threads. This shocked him greatly. "You're too naive. This is the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm. It's not something that you can break just because you wanna." A cold voice came from the side. A slender cultivator in a blue robe looked at Zhuowen with a mocking smile. Transparent threads were entwined between his hands. The strange thing was that these threads were not only invisible to the naked eye, but also difficult to identify with the divine sense. Seeing the cultivators getting closer and closer behind him, Zhuowen immediately summoned the 12 No-beginning devil golden swords. Raging black flames constantly burned and jumped on the blades. Crack! The No-beginning devil golden swords turned into a black flame whirlwind and immediately cut through the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him. Meanwhile, Zhuowen flapped his torch dragon wings and rushed forward like a whirlwind. Although he was a little unhappy with the blue-robed cultivator's obstruction, there were too many cultivators behind him. He really did not want to waste time. Otherwise, they would catch up very quickly. There were nearly 100 Void Sky cultivators. Although most of them had just advanced to the Void Sky realm not long ago, there were also powerhouses who had reached the first or second step of the Void Sky realm. If he was surrounded by such a group of people, Zhuowen would really be in trouble. The blue-robed cultivator was surprised. He did not expect Zhuowen's no-beginning devil golden swords to be so sharp. "Want to escape? You think it's possible? You're indeed fast, but I'm even faster." The blue-clad cultivator sneered. His figure became like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. In just a flash, he appeared above Zhuowen. Both his hands rippled and transparent ice threads, the myriad-year silkworm, shot out to block Zhuowen's path. "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing the blue-robed cultivator blocking him again and again, Zhuowen's heart was filled with anger. The 12 No-beginning devil golden swords turned into a vortex of killing intent and instantly crushed the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him. The corners of the blue-robed cultivator's mouth curled up slightly. He calmly released the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm again and again, forming layers of defense in front of him. The No-beginning devil golden swords were indeed powerful, but the blue-robed cultivator had already estimated their power in advance. As long as he kept releasing the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm, this person would definitely not be able to break through his defense. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He naturally saw through the blue-robed cultivator's thoughts and instantly released the other 24 No-beginning devil golden swords. The 36 No-beginning devil golden swords combined to form a terrifying vortex of killing intent. Countless black flames burned fiercely and turned into a huge storm. Bang! 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 The killing intent vortex formed by the 36 No-beginning devil golden swords was much stronger than the 12 No-beginning devil golden swords. The blue-robed cultivator, who was originally releasing the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm, obviously did not expect Zhuowen to release more No-beginning devil golden swords. The ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him instantly collapsed. Puchi! The killing intent vortex instantly pierced through the blue-robed cultivator's glabella. The latter's eyes were wide open. After uttering a few words, he fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Zhuowen swiftly put away the man's spirit ring and spread his torch dragon wings, wanting to escape again. Unfortunately, the divine weapons behind him smashed into his body like a whirlwind. Helpless, Zhuowen immediately controlled the 36 No-beginning devil golden swords to form a defensive posture. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The 36 No-beginning devil golden swords were almost shattered. Zhuowen snorted and coldly stared at the many cultivators surrounding him. Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? Zhuowen looked around and asked in a deep voice, "What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of you snatching away the person who just went through the tribulation? Yes, looking at you, you should be the accomplice of the person who went through the tribulation, right? You must have obtained a lot of good things in Devilfall Valley, right? Quickly hand over the spirit ring and destroy your cultivation. Then we will spare your dog life." "Why should we spare his life? Let's just kill him. Then we'll split the items on his body. Devilfall Valley is definitely filled with rare treasures." The surrounding cultivators' eyes fell on Zhuowen. They were full of greed, as if Zhuowen had become a delicious cake in their eyes. Zhuowen looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. His eyes were surging with killing intent. In the eyes of these people, Zhuowen's life was cheap. They could kill him or let him go as they pleased. "Let's kill this kid together." Finally, the surrounding cultivators reached an agreement. They called out their divine weapons and bombarded Zhuowen with strong killing intent. At this moment, Zhuowen had already stopped holding back. The 48 no-beginning devil golden swords surrounded his body. The raging black fire burned constantly, firmly guarding Zhuowen. Bang, bang, bang. Nearly 100 divine weapons bombarded the no-beginning devil golden swords, but they were unable to break through the defense of the no-beginning devil golden swords. "Continue. This kid is really not simple. A mere true god 3 disasters has such powerful combat strength. He must have obtained a lot of good things in Devilfall Valley. Let's kill him together." Although their attacks were blocked, the cultivators did not retreat. Instead, the greed in their eyes grew stronger. They concluded that the cultivator in front of them must have obtained a lot of benefits from Devilfall Valley. Bang, bang, bang. Nearly 100 cultivators joined forces and attacked again. Each attack was more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. Zhuowen, who was inside the no-beginning devil golden swords, became paler and paler. He had to expend a lot of energy to maintain the defense of the no-beginning devil golden swords, especially when facing the combined attacks of so many powerful cultivators. It was extremely strenuous for him. "Kid, throw out the supreme fire sword," Xiaohe suddenly said in a deep voice. Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, the supreme fire sword with raging flames appeared in his hand. Although he did not know what Xiaohe wanted to do, he knew that Xiaohe would definitely not trick him at this juncture. When another attack was about to land, Zhuowen suddenly threw out the supreme fire sword. The supreme fire sword turned into a ray of fire and entered the crowd in front of him. "What's that sword? It seems to have the aura of the extreme Tao." The people in front of him were puzzled. Their attention fell on the supreme fire sword. "Xiao, Huozi, it's been hard on you. Explode." Xiaohe's voice sounded faintly. "Rumble." Suddenly, the supreme fire sword exploded. Terrifying flames surged out and instantly enveloped the cultivators in front of him. "Go," Xiaohe quickly said. Zhuowen immediately controlled the no-beginning devil golden swords to turn into a whirlpool of killing intent and broke through to the back. Chapter 2024. Real God Extreme Thunder. Don't let him escape. The crowd behind him shouted in unison. Immediately, divine artifacts flew over and landed heavily on Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's powerful consciousness swept out explosively. The killing intent vortex formed by the 48 original demonic golden swords increased in power and actually blocked all of the divine weapons. With a muffled groan, Zhuowen spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. With a loud roar, a vortex of killing intent soared into the sky, dispersing all the divine weapons in its way. Raising his torch dragon wings, Zhuowen shot out like a bolt of lightning and broke through the encirclement. Chase. This person is injured. He can't have escaped far. The cultivators behind him turned into streaks of light and followed closely behind Zhuowen. As for the 40 or so cultivators in front of him, nearly 20 of them had died due to the self-destruction of the extreme Dao fire sword. The remaining 20 or so cultivators had all suffered either heavy or light injuries. However, the 20-plus cultivators did not feel fearful at all. Instead, they felt enraged. Ignoring the wounds on their bodies, they chased after Zhuowen. In their eyes, this Zhuowen was extremely detestable. He actually used despicable means to injure them. Zhuowen's face was extremely gloomy as he sensed the crazy crowd of cultivators chasing after him. Although his original body's battle prowess was not bad, he was still no match for so many cultivators. At present, the only person capable of dealing with so many cultivators was the black-robed Zhuowen. However, the black-clothed Zhuowen's injuries were too severe, and he was far from fully recovered. In order to let the black-clothed Zhuowen recover as soon as possible, Zhuowen took out all the level 6 and level 7 divine medicines from his spirit ring to treat the black-clothed Zhuowen, hoping that the black-clothed Zhuowen could recover in a short period of time. Half a month later, Zhuowen stopped on top of a hill. However, before he could rest for long, a group of divine weapons came crashing down on the hill, smashing the entire hill into smithereens. Zhuowen was forced to dodge helplessly. At this moment, his face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was already injured, and he had been running for his life for half a month. The exhaustion of his mental and physical strength had taken a huge toll on him. The cultivators chasing Zhuowen took turns to fight him, not giving him any chance to rest. This was why Zhuowen had consumed so much energy in just half a month. In the end, Zhuowen landed on a mountain peak. He had already reached his limit. He immediately turned around and stared calmly at the 200-plus cultivators in front of him. In the beginning, there were only nearly 100 cultivators besieging Zhuowen. Later, the self-detonation of the supreme Dao flame sword killed over 20 of them, leaving only over 70 cultivators. However, half a month's worth of pursuit had naturally alarmed the other cultivators on the 15th floor. Following that, the other cultivators joined the ranks of the besiegers. The team of over 70 cultivators had grown to over 200 cultivators. That was nearly 2/3 of all the cultivators on the 15th floor. At any rate, those who could make it to the 15th floor were not ordinary cultivators. Thus, it was only natural that there would not be too many of them. What? You can't run anymore? A man with a full beard crossed his arms and stared mockingly at the exhausted Zhuowen in front of him. He could also tell that Zhuowen had reached his limit and was unable to escape from their clutches. Why aren't you handing over the spirit ring on your body? Be sensible and hand over the spirit ring. Also, honestly tell us what you obtained from the Devilfall Valley. Perhaps we will let you die a quick death. The cultivators around the bearded man were all clamoring, not putting Zhuowen in their eyes at all. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the crowd in front of him, his eyes filled with coldness, and said, "Since you want my spirit ring, then I'll give it to you." With that, Zhuowen took off the spirit ring and threw it towards the crowd. Snatch! The moment Zhuowen threw out the spirit ring, many cultivators' eyes lit up. They couldn't wait to rush out, wanting to snatch the spirit ring. The bearded man, who had spoken just now, was the fastest. He was far ahead of the crowd. With a stroke of his right hand, he grabbed the spirit ring in his hand. However, the moment the bearded man grabbed the spirit ring, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His right hand was severed from his shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain caused him to involuntarily cover the wound on his severed right arm. See. The bearded man realized that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, a terrifying bolt of lightning that was as sharp as a sword suddenly blasted onto his head. Puchi! In an instant, the bearded man's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He couldn't be any more dead. The death of the bearded man immediately caused many of the cultivators behind him to stiffen and their expressions to become sluggish. Soon after, everyone saw a figure whose entire body was filled with black lightning walk out from the spiritual ring. This person was dressed in a black robe, and his body was surrounded by surging demonic energy. Within the demonic energy, there was a faint purplish-black lightning, as if terrifying lightning was constantly brewing in the dark clouds. This person slowly took the spirit ring and leisurely wore it on the middle finger of his right hand. Immediately after, a pair of pitch-black demonic eyes stared coldly at the cultivators in front of him. This pair of eyes was filled with an ancient indifference. It gave everyone the feeling that the heavens were coldly looking down on them. At this moment, in this pair of eyes, all of them were like ants. They were extremely lowly. It's the guy who went through 20 lightning disasters. He's real God Extreme Thunder. In the crowd, someone's voice trembled. Real God Extreme Thunder was the first step of an extreme Tao real God. Legend had it that real God Extreme Thunder had terrifying fighting power and had mastered the ultimate power of lightning disasters. He was a terrifying real god that only existed in legends. Now, in front of them, real God Extreme Thunder had truly appeared. Moreover, the aura of real God Extreme Thunder was so strong that it caused them to feel fear. Do you want the spirit ring? Come and snatch it. I can tell you clearly that Devilfall Valley contains countless disaster crystals, many precious mineral veins, many precious divine medicines, endless resources, and the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty. All of these are in my spiritual ring. If you can kill me, then all of these things will be yours. Zhuowen, who was shrouded in demonic aura, let out a bewitching voice and instantly ignited the greed in the hearts of countless cultivators at the scene. So what if he's real God Extreme Thunder? He's only one person, and we have 200 people. Everyone attack together. This person will definitely die. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. It was as though he was trying to boost his courage and also the courage of everyone else. That's right. He's only one person, and we have so many people. So what if he's real God Extreme Thunder? Real God Extreme Thunder originally existed in legends. This person is only pretending to be mysterious. His goal is to make us retreat. Everyone, don't be fooled. Voices rose one after another from the crowd, and the fear that had filled everyone's hearts was completely washed away. Greed overcame the fear of the unknown, and it blinded everyone's eyes. Hence, everyone took out their divine weapons and attacked Zhuowen courageously. They hoped to kill this person and obtain the spirit ring that contained the inheritance and treasures of Devilfall Valley. The black-clothed Zhuowen smirked coldly. In half a month's time, under the treatment of many divine medicines, the black-clothed Zhuowen had recovered completely. Moreover, he had obtained the true power of real God Extreme Thunder. However, he had also suffered a great loss. Originally, with Devour's recovery power, he only needed a period of time to recover. However, Zhuowen was surrounded and chased by so many cultivators. The black-robed Zhuowen could only consume precious divine herbs to recover as quickly as possible. The price he paid was that he had used up all his Tier 7 and Tier 6 divine herbs. This made Zhuowen's heart ache. Zhuowen decided that he would make up for the price that he had to pay from the cultivators who were chasing after him. boom. Terrifying purple lightning spread out and formed a huge lightning gate. Boom, boom, boom. More than 200 divine weapons hit the lightning gate, but they were unable to break it open. Creak! The lightning gate opened wide, and the many divine artifacts were sent flying. The black-robed Zhuo, when took a step forward, opened his mouth, and spat out a sharp lightning sword. The lightning sword was 10 feet long, and its surface was covered with purple lightning. It was the Extreme Lightning Sword, and it was real God Extreme Thunder's powerful weapon. Bang! 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 The black-clothed Zhuo, when suddenly slashed out with the Extreme Lightning Sword in his hand. Instantly, lightning appeared in the sky like a river of stars, and then the 200-plus God artifacts were blasted apart. Zhuowen took a step forward with his right foot and rushed to the front of the cultivators. His speed was as fast as lightning. The 5 cultivators at the front only felt a bolt of lightning flash before their eyes. Then, they realized that they had been beheaded. Their heads were thrown high into the air, and they could only watch as their headless corpses fell to the ground. Puff! Puff! The black-clothed Zhuowen was like a god of slaughter as he charged into the crowd. A terrifying bloody wind was stirred up. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour. When it landed on the ground, it formed a river of blood. Although many cultivators tried their best to take out their divine weapons to block, they were all destroyed by the Extreme Lightning Sword. They could not block the Extreme Lightning Sword at all. In just 20 breaths' time, more than half of the 200 cultivators were killed. This is real God Extreme Thunder's power. It's too terrifying. Let's go. A cultivator was shivering, and he had lost all will to fight. He screamed and retreated. The cultivators' words were like a fuse that caused the rest of the cultivators to panic. Then, the cultivators started to run in all directions. What? Who set up a trap array here? Damn it! However, when these cultivators retreated 1,000 meters, they suddenly realized that a huge trapping formation had appeared behind them, blocking their path of retreat. Zhuowen watched everything from the back, quietly. He formed a seal with his right hand and set up a strong trap array with the seal of all things. Chapter 2025. The 18th level of the stairway to heaven. Screams were heard continuously. Many cultivators were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They attacked the trap array, trying to break it open. Unfortunately, Zhuo Wenzuan had also joined the ranks of the massacre. 48 first Devil Golden Swords shot out. All the cultivators who attacked the trap array were targeted by Zhuowen's original body and killed. Although Zhuowen's original body was not as powerful as the black-clothed Zhuowen, he relied on the trap array to come and go like a ghost. With the help of Xiao He and the Blood Immortal, the cultivators could not do anything about it. Seeing more and more cultivators die, the remaining cultivators finally knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Zhuowen did not care about these cultivators begging. For more than half a month, these cultivators had been chasing after Zhuowen. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Facing the murderers who wanted to kill him, Zhuowen would not show any mercy. Fight! Since these two won't let us go, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The remaining 50-plus cultivators all stood up when they sensed Zhuowen's cold killing intent. Their eyes were filled with determination. They knew that if they didn't resist, they would die without a doubt. If they resisted, they would still have a chance at survival. Boom, boom. More than 50 cultivators unleashed their strongest moves one after another, blasting toward the powerful black-robed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuo, when stood in the air, his gaze calm as he stared at the many attacks coming at him, the corners of his mouth revealing a mocking smile. The black-clothed Zhuowen raised his right hand. The extreme thunder sword burst out thousands of thunderbolts and formed a huge thunder gate that stretched across the sky. Bang! 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 The 50 cultivators attacked with all their might, and all of them landed on the thunder gate. Of course, what made them despair was that the thunder gate was like Mount Tai, standing tall and unmoving. Whoosh! Then, the huge lightning gate swept across the sky and smashed into the bodies of more than 50 cultivators like a mountain. Crackle! Violent sounds of thunder continued to resound. Following that, a series of oppressive purple-black thunderbolts actually surged and spread out the moment the thunder gate collapsed. After the thunder gate slowly disappeared, the 50-plus cultivators also disappeared, leaving only the black-robed Zhuowen and the white-robed Zhuowen. I should return to Skysplit Tower. With my current strength, entering the 16th floor shouldn't be a problem. The white-clothed Zhuowen's gaze was calm. However, he was excited about real God Extreme Thunder's strong power. After keeping the black-clothed Zhuowen, he disappeared from his original spot. Outside the Tower of Hanoi, countless gazes were focused on the 15th floor. This was because in just a short span of 30 breaths, 2/3 of the 15th person's light spots had disappeared one after another. The 15th floor, which originally had more than 300 light spots, now had less than 100 light spots. What happened on the 15th floor? 2/3 of the cultivators have mysteriously disappeared. There was an uproar in the square. Obviously, the sudden disappearance of so many light spots on the 15th floor had puzzled many cultivators. Elder Waning Moon looked at the Tower of Hanoi with interest and muttered, "Disappearing light spots represent death. In such a short period of time, more than 200 cultivators have died, and they were all elite cultivators who made it to the 15th floor. What is going on? They were probably killed by someone. A ruthless person must have appeared on the 15th floor. For some reason, he angered everyone and killed all the cultivators who surrounded him." Yang Muchio chuckled. Sect Master Yang's words make sense. If that's really the case, I really want to see the true face of this so-called ruthless person. In the trial grounds, no one has ever dared to kill so wantonly. Elder Waning Moon said faintly with a smirk. There's a light spot on the 15th floor that's moving toward the 16th floor. Could it be that the ruthless person is that light spot? Yang Muchio's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly said, Elder Waning Moon also noticed that light spot. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and she chuckled. Since I have nothing to do, let's see how far this light spot can go. On the 15th floor of Skysplit Tower, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the steps, and he immediately took a step forward. When he stepped onto the last step, Zhuowen discovered to his surprise that the divine sense pressure that crushed down from the surroundings actually didn't affect him in the slightest. In other words, Zhuowen felt very relaxed as he stepped onto the last step. When Zhuowen first entered the 15th floor, it was still a bit difficult for him, but now it was so easy. He knew that his divine sense had made great progress in the past few years in Devilfall Valley. Asterisk bang. Asterisk thinking of this, he stepped onto the 16th floor. After entering the 16th floor, he didn't stop at all and continued to move toward the 17th floor. The 16th floor still didn't have any effect on him, and he easily reached the 17th floor. Yang Muchio's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said with some surprise, "This guy went up 2 floors and entered the 17th floor so easily?" Elder Waning Moon lazily leaned back in her chair, but there was a rare hint of interest in her phoenix eyes. Now she was certain that the person who was bold enough to cause more than 200 specks of light to disappear from the 15th floor was the cultivator of this speck of light. It wasn't just Yang Muchio and Elder Waning Moon. The other cultivators on the square also noticed the light spot that had just entered the 17th floor. There weren't many light spots on the 17th floor to begin with. And this light spot that had just entered the 17th floor directly went from the 15th floor to the 17th floor. It was impossible for it not to attract attention. Could this light spot be a genius from the 10 great sects? He didn't even stop at the 16th floor and directly went to the 17th floor. He really isn't simple. You're wrong. This guy is still climbing. He's moving toward the 18th floor. All of a sudden, this sentence caused the entire square to fall silent. Although there weren't many light spots on the 17th floor, there were still more than 10 of them. However, there were only 3 on the 18th floor. Moreover, everyone on the square guessed that these 3 light spots were Tong Chime from the Half Moon Hall, Lien Zhe from the Qinquan sect, and Liang Dan from the Void Peak. So, who was the 4th light spot? Zhuowen stepped on the stairs step by step and steadily walked toward the top of the stairs. What followed was the pressure of the divine, sense crushing down from the stairs. Moreover, Zhuowen's method was not to endure this pressure, but to release his divine sense to crush the pressure on the stairs. There were more than 100 galaxies in his spiritual space, and his divine sense was dozens of times stronger than before. Zhuowen was confident that in this trial ground, there were no more than 5 people whose divine sense was stronger than his. Zhuowen's guess was right. In the entire trial ground, there were only 3 people whose divine sense was comparable to his. Moreover, the strongest of the 3, Tong Chime, might not have a stronger divine sense than him. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps rang out continuously. Finally, Zhuowen arrived at the top of the stairs. Under the effect of his powerful divine sense, the pressure on the stairs trembled. The 18th floor. Zhuowen suddenly stepped onto the last step. A muffled thunder-like sound constantly rumbled around him, and his figure completely disappeared from the 17th floor. At this moment, the square outside the Tower of Hanno was in an uproar. No one expected that besides Tong Chime, Liang Dan, and Lien Zhe, there would be a 4th person entering the 18th floor of the trial ground. This had definitely broken the record of the trial ground for countless years. No one had entered the 18th floor for tens of thousands of years, but on this day, 4 people had entered consecutively. Everyone was guessing who the 4th person was. In the void far away from the Tower of Hanno stood a pure white, dome-shaped temple. Rays of Buddhist light emanated from the dome-shaped temple, making it look holy and noble. Honorable Lord Brahma, I heard that a total of 4 people have entered the 18th floor of the trial ground, breaking the record of tens of thousands of years. A white-robed old man with a rosy nose knelt on one knee in the temple. This old man with a rosy nose was the white envoy who had gone to Dongyu. Around the white envoy were 3 other old men kneeling. Inside the temple was a large hall. At the end of the hall, there was a golden futon floating in the air. On the praying mat sat a handsome man with a height of 10 feet and 4 heads. This person was the ruler of the great Brahma domain, Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma nodded and said in a deep voice, "The 10 great sects have indeed nurtured many talented geniuses. However, there is a stairway to heaven on the 18th floor of the trial ground. At the end of the stairway is the most precious thing in the trial ground. I wonder if any of these 4 people can reach the end of the stairway and obtain that thing?" "My lord, did you take that thing out as well?" White Envoy asked in surprise as he thought of something. Lord Brahma smiled and said, "If there is really a genius who can climb the stairway, then that thing will be my gift to him." On the 18th floor, Zhuowen looked around and found that it was a field of cherry blossoms. Cherry blossom trees were neatly planted in the surroundings. The flying cherry blossoms fell to the ground and turned into spring mud. Everything looked so romantic. Zhuowen's gaze passed through the flying cherry blossoms and landed on a vast mountain at the end of the field. At the foot of the mountain, there was a stairway that led up to the end of the mountain. "Little guy, congratulations on entering the 18th floor. The stairway at the end of the cherry blossom tree is called the Stairway to Heaven. At the top of the Stairway to Heaven, there are 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence. Swallow 1 drop, and no matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you still have a breath, you can instantly return to your peak state." Chapter 2026. Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. As long as there is a breath, it can help me recover to my peak state. This Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his face was filled with disbelief. Zhuowen had seen many healing elixirs. Even the best healing elixirs could not heal one's injuries in an instant and help one recover to their peak state. If what the voice said was true, the 10 drops of heavenly starry sky essence at the end of the stairway were extremely precious treasures. At the instant this voice appeared, the 3 people sitting cross-legged at the 3 spots on the stairway opened their eyes at the same time. The white-haired Tong Chimei frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, "Another person has entered. Other than Liang Dan and Lian Zhe, there is actually someone else from the 10 great sects who has the ability to enter the 18th level of the trial ground." However, she quickly calmed down. So what if another person came in? Although Lian Zhe and Liang Dan had both entered the 18th level, they had not surpassed her on the stairway. It seemed that she was the only one who could reach the end of the stairway. Since the 4th person had entered the 18th level so late, he was probably weaker than Lian Zhe and Liang Dan. Naturally, she did not care too much. There are 100 steps in total. I have already reached the 80th step. There are 20 more steps to reach the end of the stairway. I must get the heavenly starry sky essence. Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She immediately took a step forward and reached the 81st step. Then Tong Chimei stepped up 1 step after another and finally stopped at the 90th step. It seems that the 90th step is my limit. There are still 10 steps. I hope I can break through in the remaining 20 years. Tong Chimei's face was pale. She sat cross-legged on the steps and closed her eyes. She began to cultivate silently, hoping to reach the end of the stairway before the end of the trial ground. On the 50th and 55th steps, 2 young men sitting cross-legged opened their eyes. Another newcomer came in. Since he can enter the 18th level, he must be a genius from a sect. Maybe he is Tang Chong from the Qi Cultivation Sword sect. A strong man in black with slightly dark skin sat on the 55th step and said lightly, "This man was the Void Rush Peak's Liang Dan, and the other wore gorgeous embroidered clothes and had a valiant bearing. He was the Universe Sect's Lian Zhe." Lian Zhe frowned slightly and said, "It could also be Yushan, the Witch of the Heavenly Devil Island. I've heard from my master that Yushan is extremely talented and is a natural genius." However, Liang Dan smiled and said, "No matter who it is to enter the 18th level so late, their strength is definitely much weaker than ours. I'm afraid it's already very good to be able to reach the 30th level, let alone the 50th level." Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rolled over. Liang Dan, who had been laughing loudly, immediately froze. He asked Lian Zhe with some uncertainty, "Brother Lian Zhe, could it be that I'm hearing things? I think I hear footsteps." Lian Zhe's gaze was somewhat awkward as he said, "It shouldn't be, because I also heard the footsteps, and it came from below our steps. I'm afraid that the newcomer has climbed up the steps." "This newbie really can't wait." Liang Dan smiled, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. This was because he realized that the footsteps were getting closer and clearer, as if the owner of the footsteps was not far behind them. "Brother Liang, why do I feel that the newcomer is not far behind us?" Lian Zhe's eyes were filled with doubt. Then he looked down the steps. The stairway to heaven was surrounded by a thick fog, and it blocked out divine consciousness, so the two of them could only rely on their naked eyes to spy. Thud, thud, thud. The moment Lien Zhe's gaze landed behind him, he saw a figure appear in his line of sight. It was a young man in white clothes. Although his face was not considered handsome, it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Perhaps because he noticed Lien Zhe's gaze, the white-clothed young man glanced at Lien Zhe, then casually continued to move forward, passing by Lien Zhe. Lien Zhe was dumbstruck as he looked at the young man who passed by him. His heart felt like it was being galloped by countless mud horses. He had worked hard for many years to reach the 50th level of the stairway to heaven, but the white-clothed young man in front of him had actually surpassed him in an instant. Moreover, the young man did not seem to be straining at all. Not only Lien Zhe, but Liang Dan was also stunned. His mood was even worse than Lien Zhe's. He knew that the white-clothed young man should be the guy who had just entered the 18th level not long ago. Moreover, it had not been long since the voice sounded, and the guy had reached the 50th level. In such a short time, he had surpassed Lien Zhe. Moreover, it seemed that it was extremely easy for him to do so. However, how was that possible? This guy had just entered the 18th level. How did he reach here so quickly as if nothing had happened? At that moment, Liang Dan and Lien Zhe's hearts collapsed. At that moment, Zhuowen had already reached the 55th level. Just as he was about to step onto the 56th level, Liang Dan stopped him. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen looked at Liang Dan and asked. Liang Dan took a deep breath. He stared at Zhuowen and said with a slightly trembling voice, You shouldn't be the newcomer who just entered the 18th level, right? Did you stay on the 40th level for a long time before you suddenly reached here?" Zhuowen felt that Liang Dan's question was somewhat inexplicable, so he answered truthfully, "Why do you think so? I just entered the 18th level not long ago and stepped on the stairway to come here. Could there be a problem?" Liang Dan's hands were trembling slightly at this moment. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Could it be that you can't feel the terrifying pressure on this stairway? You can actually reach here so quickly? I don't quite believe it." Zhuowen was stunned and immediately said with a smile, "I can. It's just that this stairway's pressure isn't very strong. But as I kept going up, the pressure indeed became stronger and stronger. But it's not to the extent of affecting my progress." "Is that so?" Liang Dan muttered in a low voice in a daze, but his heart completely collapsed. He discovered that this white-clothed young man in front of him was absolutely a freak. He and Lien Zhe had painstakingly climbed up here for so many years. This guy had just entered and already surpassed them. It would be strange if Liang Dan's mood could be good. In fact, even Zhuowen didn't know how much he had changed in Devilfall Valley. His divine soul was really powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. In the main hall of Devilfall Valley, the bewitching stone given by the sky-devouring demon emperor was mainly used to improve Zhuowen's divine soul. However, the sky-devouring demon emperor misunderstood that the black-clothed Zhuowen was Zhuowen's original body, so he accidentally cultivated Zhuowen's divine soul. If the sky-devouring demon emperor did not mistake the original body and the avatar, Zhuowen could not escape the fate of being possessed by the sky-devouring demon emperor. This was also why Zhuowen did not feel too much pressure when he entered the 18th level consecutively. Even entering this stairway was not particularly difficult. "If the two of you have nothing else to say, I'll take my leave." After that, Zhuowen continued to climb up the stairway, ignoring Lien Zhe and Liang Dan. The indifferent voice before said that he, Zhuowen, was the fourth cultivator to enter the 18th level, which meant that there were 3 people in front of him. Now that he had caught up with two people, there was still one person in front of him. Now, what Zhuowen was worried about was that the person in front would beat him to it and take away the heavenly domain's starry sky essence. He did not have time to talk nonsense with Lianze and Liang Dan here. "Hey, friend, don't be in a hurry to leave. You haven't told us your name yet." Liang Dan came back to his senses and wanted to ask Zhuowen to stay, but found that Zhuowen had already gone far, and he could not take another step forward. "This person is very unfamiliar. I have more or less come into contact with the genius disciples of the top 10 sects, but I have never seen this person before. Where did this person come from?" Lianze said in surprise. Liang Dan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I don't know him either. I'm afraid he's not a disciple of the top 10 sections. I really didn't expect such a genius to appear outside the top 10 sections." Lianze also nodded and said seriously, "I just don't know who is better between this person and Tong Chime. It's hard to say. Tong Chime is really terrifying. She should be the one with the most hope to reach the end of the stairway." Liang Dan thought of the white-haired woman with a frosty face, and a trace of infatuation appeared in his eyes. Tong Chime's appearance was definitely one of the best in the heavenly domain, but this woman was too cold. It was said that this woman rejected male cultivators. In the past, a male cultivator had confessed his love to this woman, but the result was that the male cultivator's virtual bridge was destroyed, and he was completely disabled. Chapter 2027. A view of the mountains. When Zhuowen reached the 70th step, he clearly felt that the pressure was beginning to become terrifying. However, in Zhuowen's spiritual space, over 100 galaxies revolved at the same time. The terrifying divine consciousness completely neutralized the pressure from the stairway to heaven. Meanwhile, Zhuowen maintained his speed and continued to ascend. When Zhuowen reached the 80th step, the pressure reached a terrifying level. Even Zhuowen did not dare to be careless. He finally slowed down, but it still could not stop him from continuing forward. The moment Zhuowen stepped onto the 80th step, he saw a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged on the 90th step. Under the lingering clouds, the beautiful figure was faintly discernible. However, Zhuowen could clearly see her iconic snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. Chapter 227. Ascension. The beautiful figure had also discovered Zhuowen, who had stepped onto the 80th step. Due to the clouds, she was similarly unable to clearly see Zhuowen's appearance. She could only vaguely see that the person who had stepped onto the 80th step was a man. Lianze from the Qinquan sect, or Liang Dan from the Void Peak. Tong Chime's beautiful eyes were calm, but her heart was moved. Although she knew that Lianze and Liang Dan were not ordinary people, according to her estimation, reaching the 60th step was already their limit. Now, they had actually reached the 80th step. This was beyond Tong Chime's expectations. However, the 80th step should be this person's limit, Tong Chime muttered to herself. However, very soon, the sudden sound of footsteps slapped her face. The figure below suddenly stepped onto the 81st step. Moreover, his footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to ascend and reached the 85th step in an instant. Tong Chime also saw the true face of the figure. She could not help but ask in a deep voice, "Who are you?" When Tong Chime saw Zhuowen, her eyes were filled with confusion. This was because the man before her was neither Lianze of the Qinquan sect nor Liang Dan of the Void Flush Peak. Instead, he was a stranger she had never seen before. Zhuowen raised his head and calmly stared at Tong Chime. Instead, he took a step forward and entered the 86th step, as if he had no intention of answering Tong Chime. Tong Chime's looks were indeed stunning, but in terms of beauty, she was only on par with Yun Chuyu. Most importantly, Tong Chime's ice-cold temperament from the inside out added an icy charm to her beauty. Seeing that Zhuowen did not intend to answer her question and instead continued to climb the stairs, Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of anger. As a rare genius of Half Moon Hall, Tong Chimei's reputation in Northern Yu was like thunder to the ears. As she walked on the streets, there was no lack of flattering voices. It could be said that Tong Chimei was a true genius who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She was already used to flattery and various compliments. Although she disdained those flattering words in her heart, she was not used to being ignored by a strange man. She was angry. "What if I asked you a question?" Tong Chimei's voice was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it carried a hint of anger. Thud. Zhuowen continued to step onto the 88th step. Then, he realized that the pressure here had become even more terrifying. He could not help but stop in his tracks. A hint of mockery appeared in Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes. She said indifferently, "Although I don't know who you are, you do have some ability to make it this far. However, this should be the end of it. I know better than you how terrifying the pressure here is." Zhuowen raised his head again. He looked at Tong Chimei again, and finally opened his mouth. "I have heard that Half Moon Hall's Tong Chimei is a rare genius in tens of thousands of years. She is incomparably cold and elegant, untainted by the mud. However, why are you spouting so much nonsense now?" Tong Chimei was originally feeling complacent because of the first half of Zhuowen's sentence. However, the second half of Zhuowen's sentence caused her beautiful face to darken. However, she also realized that her words and actions were much more impulsive than usual. Normally, she would not even bother to talk nonsense with a stranger. She would not even look at him. However, it was different now. The result that she was originally proud of was actually easily approached by this man in front of her. Furthermore, this person was neither Liang Dan nor Lian Zhe. This proved that this person should be the fourth newcomer who had just entered this place. In other words, this person had reached the 88th step from the first step to the 88th step on the first day after entering the 18th step. Such a result, even someone as arrogant as Tong Chimei herself felt that it was impossible because it was too difficult. However, the man in front of her had done it. This was also why Tong Chimei would show emotions that she would not normally show when facing the young man in front of her. Tong Chimei was filled with hatred. Just as she was about to speak, the young man below took another 2 steps and reached the 90th step. Then, he looked at Tong Chimei calmly. Tong Chimei was stunned. Zhuowen was half a head taller than her. She could only lift her head and stare at Zhuowen with her beautiful white eyes. Their eyes met. "You actually entered the 90th step too." At that moment, Tong Chimei felt defeated. She could not imagine how the young man in front of her, whose aura was only that of real God 3 disasters, could ascend the stairway to heaven so easily. Zhuowen looked at Tong Chimei indifferently, and his gaze fell on the stairway above. From the moment Zhuowen entered the stairway, he vaguely understood that the pressure on the stairway to heaven was not aimed at the spirit, but to temper the spirit. The longer one stayed on the stairway to heaven, the better the tempering of the spirit. Naturally, the spirit would become stronger. However, Zhuowen's spirit was too strong. It was so strong that the pressure on the stairway to heaven could not suppress the tempering. This was also why Zhuowen could reach the 90th step in one go. Tempering? It's a pity that it's not that challenging. Zhuowen shook his head and muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly stepped onto the 91st step and walked up steadily. It's not that challenging. Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes looked at the figure that continued to walk up with mixed feelings. She bit her lower lip and took a step forward as well. Puff! However, the moment Tong Chimei stepped onto the 91st step, the pressure was like a tidal wave that smashed onto her delicate body. Tong Chimei involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, and her beautiful face turned pale. However, Tong Chimei was extremely stubborn. Her pair of snow-white, beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen's back as she took another step forward and stepped onto the 92nd step. Tong Chimei had her own pride. Since she was young, she had always been number one. Even in the Half-Moon Palace where the competition was fierce, she was still number one and no one could compete with her. Even in this interstellar tournament, she still thought that way. But now, Zhuowen's appearance had completely shattered this notion of hers. She knew that her way of thinking might be wrong, and very wrong at that. The 95th step, Tong Chimei's clothes were stained with blood. At this moment, Tong Chimei was like a white lotus that had been dyed red. She looked stubborn and delicate. However, the moment Tong Chimei stepped onto the 95th step, a terrifying pressure pressed down on her and drilled into her acupuncture points. It was as if it wanted to tear her into pieces. I can't go any further. Tong Chimei only felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. Then, her right foot that had stepped onto the 95th step was fiercely repelled. She gently leaned backwards as a bitter smile and defeat hung on the corner of her mouth. This was the first time in her life that she felt defeated. Moreover, it was from a strange man. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a figure appeared in her blurry vision. Following that, she felt her light waist being held by a strong and powerful arm. Why are you so insistent on moving forward? With your talent, after a few more years, under the tempering of this pressure, you should be able to continue moving forward and reach the end of the heaven stairway. You won't be in such a sorry state like you are now, right? Zhuowen held Tong Chimei in his arms. His gaze was as calm as water as he looked indifferently at the delicate girl in his arms. This was the first time that Tong Chimei had revealed such a weak and delicate state in front of a man. Perhaps it would also be the last time. Tong Chimei stared at Zhuowen, and her heart suddenly calmed down. She wasn't like other girls who would show shyness when a strange man hugged her waist. Instead, she appeared very calm. However, Tong Chimei knew that she was actually a little flustered because this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Because I need the heavenly starry sky essence to save someone, Tong Chimei said coldly. She already knew that it was impossible for her to obtain the heavenly starry sky essence, so she simply stated her purpose directly. How many drops do you need? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and asked, 1 drop is enough. Tong Chimei said angrily. She felt that Zhuowen's words were mocking her. Would you like to bravely climb to the top of the mountain with me and see how small the other mountains are? Zhuowen suddenly said with a smile. Tong Chimei was stunned, but soon the man in front of her took her step by step and climbed up the heaven stairway. Boom, boom, boom. Because of Tong Chimei, the pressure of the heaven stairway had reached an unprecedented level at this moment. The originally invisible pressure at this moment was like a substantial wave whistling over, making Tong Chimei tremble in fear. Zhuowen, however, let out a long roar. In the face of such a terrifying pressure, his fighting spirit soared to the sky. The reason why he took Tong Chimei with him was to strengthen the pressure of the heaven stairway. Only a stronger pressure could effectively temper his divine soul. The substantial pressure rolled over, and Zhuowen's divine sense did not hesitate to meet it. The two collided fiercely. Chapter 2028. Tong Chimei. The moment Zhuowen stepped onto the 99th step, more than 200 divine soul galaxies began to revolve within his spiritual space. They rapidly gave birth to new divine soul galaxies and formed new divine soul galaxies. On the other hand, Zhuowen was desperately circulating the celestial star meditation diagram. There was a terrifying pressure on the outside and a divine soul ability on the inside. With the two complementing each other, Zhuowen's divine soul grew at an unprecedented speed. The violent pressure, like a storm, set off vast ripples on the 99th step. Zhuowen's right foot landed on the 99th step, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes full of wanton and unruliness. "Go in." Zhuowen let out a low roar as his other foot finally landed on the 99th stair. A violent pressure crushed down, and the surrounding space had long since been shattered. Tong Chimei curled up in Zhuowen's arms, feeling Zhuowen's broad chest, looking at Zhuowen's long hair fluttering in the wind, and his wanton expression. She couldn't help but be stunned. "There's still one more step. The pressure here is already very terrifying. Can you still climb up?" Tong Chimei came back to her senses and completely calmed down. She could feel that the breathing of the man in front of her had become rapid, and his chest was violently rising and falling. He had probably reached his limit. "Why not?" Zhuowen countered with a question, laughing loudly as he raised his foot and stepped onto the last step. "Are you crazy? You're not in a good state." Tong Chimei exclaimed. Unfortunately, Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to her, his right foot firmly stepping onto the last step. He knew much better than Tong Chimei that his divine soul was rapidly growing, and he only needed an opportunity to break through to the 300th divine soul galaxy. One had to strike while the iron was hot. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to step onto the last step when the speed of his divine soul's growth slowed down, it would be very difficult to successfully reach the top. The moment he stepped onto the 100th step, a pressure like the might of the heavens fell, and endless panic rose in Tong Chimei's heart. In front of this heavenly pressure, she felt that she was an insignificant ant. "Puchi!" Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling as if he would collapse at any moment. Tong Chimei sighed in her heart and said, "You don't have to force yourself. Just leave me behind. Only then will the pressure here weaken. With your powerful soul, it won't be difficult for you to reach the end of the stairway." Zhuowen remained silent, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He focused all his attention on his spiritual space. He saw with his own eyes that the divine soul galaxy was increasing at an increasing speed. 300 divine soul galaxies. Zhuowen's eyes emitted a dazzling light, and an even more terrifying divine sense burst out from between his eyebrows. His right foot finally moved again, and under Tong Chimei's astonished gaze, Zhuowen reached the end of the stairway. "This guy is a real freak," Tong Chimei murmured with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. When Zhuowen reached the end of the stairway, the clouds around the stairway completely disappeared. Liang Dan and Lian Zhe, who were still moving forward with difficulty, felt a pushing force. Then, the two of them were pushed out of the stairway in an extremely embarrassing manner and fell into the cherry blossom trees at the bottom of the stairway. "Ouch! What's going on? Why did the stairway suddenly push us down?" Lian Zhe said in shock and anger. Liang Dan calmed down a lot. He looked up and saw a faintly discernible figure at the end of the stairway. He smiled bitterly and said, "Someone reached the top of the stairway." Lian Zhe quickly looked up. Sure enough, he saw a faint figure at the top of the stairway. He sighed and said, "Could it be the newcomer who came later?" Liang Dan looked around and did not see Tong Chimei and Zhuowen. He said, "The two of them must have reached the top at the same time." "That's really amazing. I know that Tong Chimei can reach the end of the stairway to heaven, but where did that kid come from? He just came to the 18th level, and he actually reached the top of the stairway to heaven without stopping at all. Isn't this too abnormal?" Lian Zhe muttered helplessly in a low voice. At the end of the stairway was a huge platform. In the middle of the platform stood a small pond that was half the height of a person. In the middle of the small pond, there was a lotus flower, and in the middle of the lotus flower was a jade bottle. Zhuowen came to the center, took the jade bottle, and opened it. Suddenly, a surge of medicinal power soared into the sky, transforming into countless images of the starry sky, like a projection. Zhuowen hurriedly closed the jade bottle, and the illusory starry sky disappeared. It's really the heavenly starry sky essence. Tong Chimei struggled to stand up, and her beautiful eyes stared at the jade bottle in Zhuowen's hand. Zhuowen turned around, looked at the beautiful Tong Chimei, and said, "You said that you wanted a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. There are 10 drops in here. I can give you 1 drop, but what can you give me?" Tong Chimei was stunned, and when she came back to her senses, she smiled and bowed sincerely to Zhuowen. She said, "Thank you, senior brother, for bringing me to the end of the stairway." As she spoke, Tong Chimei took out a Longan-sized transparent pill and said, "This divine pill is called the Void Ascension Pill. Although it's not as valuable as the heavenly starry sky essence, it's still a priceless divine pill. Even in the Half Moon Hall, there aren't many of these divine pills. It might be useless for void sky cultivators, but it's a priceless treasure for true gods' 3 disasters. If you take it out, it's enough to cause countless true gods in the Qingyun domain to fight for it. Even some void sky cultivators won't let go of such a divine pill. It can help true gods' 3 disasters avoid 10 wind disasters. Avoiding 10 wind disasters is equivalent to surviving 10 wind disasters. Moreover, true gods' 3 disasters can advance to the virtual sky world in a short time and condense a virtual sky bridge that suits them. Moreover, there are no side effects at all. Even if true gods' 3 disasters are stuck in a bottleneck, as long as they take this Void Ascension pill, they can ascend to the illusory virtual sky world. After listening to Tong Chimei's introduction, Zhuowen's eyes revealed ecstasy. This divine pill was indeed what Zhuowen needed. Now, his original body had just advanced to true god 3 disasters, and he hadn't survived any wind disasters. As long as he took this Void Ascension pill, he could avoid the wind disasters and directly condense a virtual sky bridge. Moreover, the virtual sky bridge condensed would be perfectly compatible with him. For Zhuowen, the value of this divine pill was actually comparable to a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. "Miss Tong, this is a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. Take it." Zhuowen smiled slightly. He took out a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence that glowed with starlight from the jade bottle and handed it to Tong Chimei. Tong Chimei carefully took out the jade bottle and stored the drop of heavenly starry sky essence. Her beautiful eyes were full of joy. At the same time, she also handed the Void Ascension pill to Zhuowen. She cupped her fists and said, "This time, thank you very much, senior martial brother. This heavenly starry sky essence is very important to Chimei. If it wasn't for senior martial brother, I don't know if Chimei could successfully obtain it in the remaining 20 years. I still don't know senior martial brother's name. I don't know if senior martial brother will tell Chimei?" Tong Chimei asked curiously. Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. My name is Zhuowen." "So it's senior martial brother Zhua. Senior martial brother Zhua's cultivation hasn't entered the virtual sky realm, but your spirit is already so powerful. I'm afraid your background is not ordinary, right?" Tong Chimei asked tentatively. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, "Miss Tong, you worry too much. This Zhua is just a loose cultivator. It's not worth mentioning." Hearing that Zhuowen was just a loose cultivator, Tong Chimei's eyes lit up with joy. She quickly said, "Senior martial brother Zhua is participating in the interstellar tournament this time. I'm afraid you want to join some great force in the star field, right? With senior martial brother Zhua's talent, it's more than enough for you to join one of the top 10 sections. The Half Moon Hall that Chimei is in is the leader of the top 10 sections. If senior martial brother Zhua doesn't mind. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Miss Tong, this Zhua is used to the life of a wild crane. I don't want to join a sect and be restricted by it. Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes revealed a look of disappointment. She said, If that's the case, Chimei was rude just now. I hope Senior Marshal Brother, Zhua, can forgive me. Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a little embarrassment, Miss Tong, I heard that the Starfield's ancient teleportation array requires a corresponding teleportation token. To be honest, this Zhua is participating in the Interstellar Tournament, mainly for the teleportation token. Tong Chimei was stunned. She didn't expect that Zhuowen would participate in the Interstellar Tournament because of the teleportation token. She couldn't help but laugh and said, Senior Marshal Brother Zhua, your reason for participating in the tournament is too unique. Who isn't participating in the Interstellar Tournament to raise the ranking of their respective galaxies? If you can join one of the great forces in the Starfield, that would be even more amazing. Speaking up to this point, Tong Chimei took out a jade token from her waist and handed it to Zhuowen. She said, Senior Marshal Brother Zhua, if you don't mind, please take this teleportation token of mine. This teleportation token allows you to use the Starfield's ancient teleportation array for an unlimited number of times. Moreover, you don't need to line up. Take my teleportation token, and you will be given priority. Zhuowen happily received Tong Chimei's teleportation token. He clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Miss Tong. This teleportation token was very delicate. One could tell at a glance that it was worn by a girl. There was still the faint scent of Tong Chimei's body on it, as Tong Chimei didn't seem to care about it. Zhuowen thought that it was just an ordinary teleportation token. If he knew that this teleportation token was personally given to Tong Chimei by the Half Moon Palace Master, he wouldn't be so nonchalant. Moreover, the Half Moon Palace Master had specifically instructed Tong Chimei that this token was not to be given to strangers except for those close to her. Chapter 2029. 6-level Dao Intent. By the way, Senior Marshal Brother Zhua, where are you planning to go? Tong Chimei suddenly asked. A hint of sadness flashed through Zhuowen's eyes, and he chuckled. I'm planning to go to the waning moon. Waning moon? That's a famous danger zone in the Daffin Heavenly region. Even a Void Sky Cultivator would face the risk of death if they entered that place. Why would Senior Marshal Brother Zhua go to such a dangerous place? Tong Chimei frowned. I need the sun and moon herb, and only the waning moon has the sun and moon herb, so I have to go there. Zhuowen sighed. Mu Qinshue's soul was still in an imbalance of yin and yang. If the yin and yang in her soul couldn't be reconciled, even a powerful divine formation master wouldn't dare to awaken Mu Qinshue. Zhuowen was already a divine formation master, and with his ability, it was more than enough to awaken Mu Qinshue. However, Mu Qinshue's soul was too weak, and coupled with the imbalance of yin and yang, it was very easy for Mu Qinshue's soul to dissipate if he wasn't careful. This was why Zhuowen had to obtain the sun and moon herb. Only the sun and moon herb could completely reconcile the imbalance of yin and yang in Mu Qinshue's soul. Only then could he awaken Mu Qinshue. Tong Chimei's observation skills were astonishing. Naturally, she saw the flash of sadness in Zhuowen's eyes. This made her feel a little surprised. Could it be that Zhuowen was looking for the sun and moon grass for some reason? Although the sun and moon herb does exist in the waning moon, the chances of it appearing are very slim. Even if Senior Marshal Brother Zhua enters the waning moon, you might not be able to find the sun and moon herb, right? Is the sun and moon herb really that important? Is it more important than your life? Tong Chimei asked. Zhuowen was silent for a moment before he nodded seriously. Yes, the sun and moon herb is very important to me, more important than my life. You're planning to use the sun and moon herb to save someone, right? Who is the person you want to save? Tong Chime asked. Zhuowen smiled and didn't hide anything. It's my wife. Back then, she fell into a deep sleep because of me. I promised her that I would wake her up. Tong Chime's face turned slightly pale, but she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, if that's the case, then Senior Brother Zhuo's wife must be very beautiful and virtuous. Yes, Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, his gaze landed on the small pool at the center of the platform. He said, the thing in this small pool is also extraordinary. Miss Tong, do you know what the liquid in this pool is? Tong Chime shook her head. Clearly, she did not recognize the liquid in the pool. Zhuowen took out a jade bottle and filled half of it. He sniffed lightly at the mouth of the bottle and smelled a fragrance. Instantly, he felt refreshed, as if all the filth in his internal organs had vanished into thin air because of this fragrance. Zhuowen's spirit shook. He knew that the liquid in this small pool was definitely extraordinary. He picked up the jade bottle and drank a mouthful. Zhuowen only felt that his body was as light as a feather. His eyes and ears were clear, and his mind was exceptionally clear. Moreover, he also discovered that his comprehension ability was invisibly improving and improving. Thinking of these benefits, Zhuowen hurriedly drank the liquid in the jade bottle. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate and comprehend. Tong Chime also discovered the extraordinariness of this liquid. She also drank a mouthful. Her entire body was in high spirits. Naturally, she would not let go of such an opportunity to comprehend, so she also sat cross-legged on the ground. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Zhuowen and Tong Chime spent most of their time in a state of cultivation. Every time Zhuowen and Tong Chime woke up from their cultivation state, the first thing they did was to scoop up a mouthful of liquid from the small pool. Then they would continue to enter a state of comprehension and cultivate. In these 20 years, the two of them had almost exhausted the liquid in the small pool. Speaking of which, the liquid in this small pool had the same effect as the fire spirit juice. They could both enhance a cultivator's comprehension ability. However, the liquid in this small pool had a much higher effect on the increase of comprehension ability and time than the fire spirit juice. On this day, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He raised his head and looked at the horizon. His eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. He saw an extremely terrifying storm rise from Zhuowen's body. This storm was not invisible and colorless. Instead, it was purple. It looked mysterious and strange. Tong Chime slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Zhuowen, who was in the purple storm, in astonishment. The purple storm gave her a very mysterious feeling. She had never seen or heard of this power before. In the Brahma region, it was the first time she had seen such a strange power. Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the purple storm, stood against the wind. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it. The purple storm suddenly stopped, and countless strands of purple energy gathered in Zhuowen's palm, turning into a purple longsword. 6th level Dao insight. Zhuowen stared at the purple sword in his hand, and his eyes revealed a joyful expression. After 20 years of sitting cross-legged, and with the assistance of the mysterious liquid in the small pool, Zhuowen had finally raised his Dao insight to the 6th level. The energy of the purple intent was dense to the point it could manifest a purple sword. The next step of the 6th level Dao insight was the 7th level Dao insight. The purple intent would completely materialize and transform into purple qi. The 8th level Dao insight was purple qi turning into purple mist. The 9th level Dao insight was purple rain under the purple mist. At that time, Zhuowen had forcefully comprehended a trace of ninth level Dao insight with the assistance of the Sky Dao insight. Even though it was only a trace, Zhuowen was able to notice that the strength of the ninth level Dao insight had absolutely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that there should be an even more mysterious power above the ninth level Dao insight. Could it be that the heaven-crushing origin that the heaven-devouring devil emperor mentioned is above the ninth level Dao intent? Zhuowen muttered to himself. Back then, the heaven-devouring devil emperor had said that the 8 heavens all had heaven breaker source. Among them, the heaven breaker source in the Hua, Xia heavenly domain was purple qi from the east. If the heaven breaker source above the ninth level Dao insight was purple qi from the east, it meant that once Tai Ching broke through to the ninth level Dao insight, he would probably be able to touch the heaven breaker source of the Hua, Xia heavenly domain. At that time, Tai Ching's strength would be even more terrifying. Although Tai Ching was Zhuowen's master in name, ever since he was used by Tai Ching, Zhuowen no longer had a good impression of him. Of course, Tai Ching still kept his promise. After all, the 5 void, heaven-divine abilities that he had given him back then were all extraordinary. They should be the best of the best. Whoosh! Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the purple intent blasted forward like a violent storm. The surrounding space collapsed and shattered like glass being crushed by the pressure. What a mysterious power! Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. She stared unblinkingly at Zhuowen, who was waving his sword and shattering space. She could feel the power of the purple qi. Zhuowen came back to his senses. The purple sword in his hand turned back into the purple qi and slowly dissipated. "Miss Tong, how much time do we have before we leave the trial grounds?" Zhuowen turned to look at Tong Chimei and asked. Tong Chimei nodded and said, 5 years. Speaking up to this point, Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuowen. She really wanted to ask Zhuowen what the purple energy he had used just now was, but thinking that it might be his secret, she resisted the urge to ask. 5 years. Zhuowen nodded and immediately took out the void ascension pill Tong Chimei gave him. He said in a low voice, 5 years should be enough to raise my cultivation level to the virtual sky world by relying on the void ascension pill, right? 5 years should be enough. The void ascension pill usually takes about 3 years to show its effect. If you can't ascend to the void realm in 3 years, then even if you spend 5 years, it's still impossible to advance to the virtual sky world. Tong Chimei said. Got it. After saying that, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the other side of the platform and started to refine the void ascension pill. Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuowen and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The pressure at the top of the stairway to heaven had a great effect on tempering her soul. She didn't want to waste this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Zhuowen's aura grew stronger every year. By the 3rd year, his aura had become terrifyingly strong. Is he going to break through? Tong Chimei looked at Zhuowen, whose aura had expanded to the extreme, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of brilliance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge illusory heavenly bridge burst out of Zhuowen's body. Then, the illusory heavenly bridge began to collapse. The surging energy was like countless rainbows that poured into Zhuowen's body. This void bridge naturally didn't belong to Zhuowen. Instead, it belonged to the void heaven almighty, who had perished in the scorched cloud domain. At this moment, Zhuowen had reached the critical moment of his breakthrough. He immediately took out the void bridge. He couldn't afford the slightest bit of carelessness. This breakthrough had to be completed in one go. The energy of the void bridge surged into Zhuowen's body, causing the speed of Zhuowen's aura to rise to the extreme. In an instant, he broke through the shackles of his body. Then, waves of energy gushed out from the depths of Zhuowen's body. In the void behind him, an incomparably huge void bridge that seemed to stretch across the heavens and the earth formed. This void bridge was much larger than the void bridge of an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, the surface of this void bridge was shrouded in layers of strange purple light. It looked mysterious and leisurely. What a powerful void bridge! Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. In the cherry blossom forest below the stairway to heaven, Lianze and Liang Dan raised their heads and stared at the huge purple void bridge that stretched across the heavens and the earth in shock. Chapter 2030. Advance to the Void Sky Realm. Someone has advanced to the Void Sky Realm. It's that new disciple that just entered the 18th level. Lianze spoke with surprise. This person really isn't simple. He just entered the Void Sky Realm, yet the Void Sky Bridge he condensed is already so terrifying. This is absolutely the most formidable Void Sky Bridge I've ever seen. Liang Dan's gaze was filled with a complicated expression. No matter how they denied it in their hearts, they were unable to deny that the new disciple that entered the 18th level was formidable indeed. Perhaps that new disciple's cultivation was inferior to theirs, and his combat strength in the outside world might not be comparable to theirs, but they knew that this kid's potential and soul far surpassed theirs. With this kid's natural talent, attaining the 4th step of the Void Sky Realm was only a matter of time. His display was already so terrifying before entering the Void Sky Realm, so once his cultivation was on par with theirs, his strength would absolutely far surpass them. This kid seems to be an independent cultivator. If we're able to recruit him into our Void Flush Peak, then it would absolutely be a great fortune for our Void Flush Peak. I must report this matter to the Peak Master after we leave this place. Liang Dan pondered in his heart. It wasn't just Liang Dan. Even Lianze was secretly scheming in his heart. The purpose of the interstellar competition was to select elite geniuses. Since they'd encountered such a formidable genius this time, Lianze naturally wouldn't let it go. At the end of the stairway, Zhuowen's gaze descended onto the void sky bridge that was enveloped in violet light, and he revealed a strange expression. He was naturally not unfamiliar with the violet light because wasn't it the energy of his Tao insight? What he'd never imagined was that the energy of his Tao insight would actually fuse into the void sky bridge at the instant he condensed it. After all, this was the energy of a 6th level Tao insight. In other words, Zhuowen's void sky bridge was an entire 6 times stronger than the void sky bridge of an ordinary cultivator after being enhanced by the 6th level Tao insight. This was also the reason why Zhuowen's void sky bridge was so enormous. In the end, it was mainly because of his Tao insight. After she put away the void sky bridge, Tong Chimei arrived by Zhuowen's side. She sized up Zhuowen from top to bottom as if she intended to see through Zhuowen. "Miss Tong, could it be that there's something on my face?" Even though Zhuowen didn't have any improper thoughts towards Tong Chimei, he still felt slightly embarrassed in his heart when he was carefully sized up by such a cold and beautiful woman like this. Tong Chimei retracted her gaze and shook her head. "Nothing. I just feel that you are very mysterious. Or rather, I feel that the power you possess is very mysterious. Your cultivation is clearly not high, but your soul is actually so powerful. You are definitely the first person I have seen in my life." Zhuowen rubbed his head. Ever since he had taken over Devour's body, Zhuowen's soul had indeed become much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, the celestial star meditation diagram that Zhuowen cultivated was definitely not an ordinary divine power. He suspected that this divine power was a top-notch divine power even in the Huaxia heavenly region. "Miss Tong, after we're teleported out this time, can you not tell anyone about me? I don't want to attract too much attention," Zhuowen said solemnly. Zhuowen had a lot of enemies. Lei Qi alone might not let him go. If he became the center of attention, he would naturally be noticed by Lei Qi. At that time, with Lei Qi's character, she would definitely take action against him. At that time, Zhuowen did not have any backing. Exposing himself would be courting death. Tong Chimei sized up Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Although she was doubtful of Zhuowen's current choice, she could only nod and say, "Don't worry. Since you don't want to attract attention, I won't tell anyone about you. However, I'm afraid that Lian Zhe and Liang Dan, it doesn't matter if the two of them don't know my name. I can just change my appearance," Zhuowen said with a smile. 2 years later, in the triangular plaza at the center of the 3 pillars around the Tower of Hanoi, countless cultivators were excitedly staring at the screen of light displayed on the Tower of Hanoi. On the screen, specks of light were surging. Most people's gazes were focused on the specks of light above the 15th floor, while the 4 specks of light on the 18th floor were the focus of everyone's attention. Many cultivators had already guessed that 3 of the 4 specks of light were Tong Chimei of the Half Moon Hall, Lian Zhe of the Cosmos sect, and Liang Dan of the Void sect. As for the 4th speck of light, it was the most controversial one. It was also the one that everyone guessed the most. However, no matter how much they guessed, they could not reach a consensus. Everyone simply wanted to see who would be the 4th speck of light on the 18th floor after being transported out. Swish, 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 swish. Pillars of light appeared at the front of the plaza. Within the pillars of light, cultivators with confused expressions appeared one after another. These cultivators were all participants who had been transported out from the trial grounds. From the screen of light above the Tower of Hanoi, it could be seen that the first cultivators to be transported out were all participants from the 1st floor of the trial grounds. Many forces in the plaza did not even spare a glance at these participants who could only stay on the 1st floor of the trial grounds. They knew very well that most of the participants who could only make it to the 1st floor had limited potential. It was impossible for them to recruit such cultivators into their sections. Next, it was the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, all the way until the participants from the 5th floor appeared on the plaza. Finally, there were forces in the plaza that extended their hands to recruit the cultivators they fancied and took them away. As for the disciples who originally belonged to forces in the star field, they all returned to their respective teams and helped their teams recruit cultivators with good potential that they encountered in the trial grounds. The forces of the 10 great sects were also included in this list. However, until now, the 10 great sects had not begun recruiting cultivators. It was obvious that the participants from the 5th floor were not worthy of their attention. When the participants from the 8th floor were transported out, the cultivators of the 10 great sects finally began to select the participants they fancied. Of course, the 10 great sects were picky. Even at the 8th floor, the 10 great sects did not select many cultivators. When it was the 10th floor's turn, the 10 great sects cultivators were all shocked. Those who were familiar with the trial grounds knew that the 10th floor was the watershed of the trial grounds. Those who could enter the 10th floor were the cream of the crop in terms of talent and potential. Moreover, on the 10th floor, there were many genius cultivators who had originally made it to the 10th floor and above, but were transported back to the 10th floor due to various dangers. Sect Master. After the pillars of light from the 10th floor faded, Mo Fan brought Yun Chiyu to Mo Ji. "Greetings, Sect Master." Mo Fan cupped his hands and greeted Mo Ji. Mo Ji nodded and asked, "Fan, you don't have to be so polite. By the way, where's your junior sister?" "Junior sister should be above the 15th floor. I'm not too sure which floor she's on," Mo Fan said meticulously. Emoji nodded, but his gaze fell on Yun Chiyu, whose face was covered by a veil. He said, "Fan, who is this girl? Her talent and potential can't be too bad. If she can enter the 10th floor." Yun Chuyu's progress was very fast. She had already condensed an illusory sky bridge and officially become a void sky cultivator. Of course, Yun Chuyu's rapid progress was related to the disaster crystal cores that Zhuowen had given her when he left the 10th floor. Void sky cultivators were the core members of every sect. Moreover, Yun Chuyu looked so young. If they could recruit her to their heavenly demon island, it would definitely be a great blessing for MOG. Sect Master, her name is Yun Chuyu. She's a friend of mine. She asked me to take care of her for the time being. Mo Fan said in a deep voice. Mo, she nodded and looked at Yun Chuyu with a smile. Miss Yun, are you willing to join my heavenly demon island? Don't worry, if you join my heavenly demon island, I won't mistreat you. I'll immediately make you a core disciple of my heavenly demon island. What do you think? Yun Chuyu was delighted. She had participated in the galactic tournament so that she could join one of the great forces in the star field. The 10 great sects were the top forces in the star field. Now that MOG had invited her, how could she refuse? However, just as Yun Chuyu was about to speak, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out and interrupted the words she was about to say. Sect Master Mo, this girl is somewhat related to me. I hope that you can part with her and give her to me. Lei Qi led a group of people and looked coldly at Yun Chuyu. The moment Yun Chuyu appeared, Lei Qi had already noticed her. However, there were too many people at that time, and Mo Fan was by her side, so Lei Qi did not make a move. Now that Mo Fan had brought Yun Chuyu to MOG, he knew that he could not delay any longer. He had to take Yun Chuyu down. Yun Chuyu's beautiful eyes stared coldly at Lei Qi, and her gaze revealed a monstrous hatred. Mo Ji frowned slightly and looked at the aggressive Lei Qi with some displeasure. Lei Qi, even you Yue doesn't dare to speak to me in such a tone. What right do you have to speak to me like this? I'll forgive you for speaking rudely this time. Get lost. Lei Qi's expression froze, and his gaze turned cold. He took out a token and said, Sect Master Mo, this is the Great Brahma Palace's law enforcement token. I have the authority to take away suspicious people. Are you going to defy the Great Brahma Palace? Moji's pupils shrank. His heart skipped a beat as he remembered the rumors about Lei Qi. It was said that Lei Qi was the illegitimate son of the Great Brahma Palace's enforcer Lei. As the Great Brahma Palace hated people who were arrogant, extravagant, and promiscuous, Enforcer Lei sent Lei Qi out of the Middle Universe in order to cover up his actions, and handed him over to Yu Yue of the Dark Mirage sect to watch over. Mo-ji had always thought that this was just a rumor, but now it seemed that this rumor was true. Recalling how Yu Yue had indulged Lei Qi all these years, Mo-ji knew that this rumor was most likely true. Chapter 2031. Leaving the trial grounds, Mo Fan's expression changed slightly, clearly thinking of something. His eyes flickered as he stood in front of Yun Chuyu and said in a deep voice, Senior Lei Qi, Miss Yun is already a disciple of our heavenly demon island. Isn't it inappropriate for you to bring so many people here to capture her? Mo-ji looked at Mo Fan and wanted to say something, but he paused and did not speak in the end. Lei Qi's expression was gloomy. He glanced at Mo Fan and then at Mo-ji. Sect Master Mo, is this what you mean? Do you want to defy the law enforcement token? Mo-ji's gaze was cold as he said, Yun Chuyu is indeed a disciple of our heavenly demon island now. Since she's a disciple of our heavenly demon island, even if you have the law enforcement token, you have no right to take away a disciple of our heavenly demon island. Lei Qi's expression was ugly. He knew that it was impossible for him to take Yun Chuyu away now, so he looked at her coldly and said, "Which level is Zhuowen on?" Yun Chuyu looked at Lei Qi mockingly and said, "Why should I tell you?" Lei Qi was furious. He looked deeply at Yun Chuyu, then left with a group of people. Although he had the law enforcement token and had no problem capturing the loose cultivators in the square without any background, Heavenly Demon Island was still one of the 10 great sects. Even if he had the law enforcement token, it would be very difficult for him to take away a disciple of Heavenly Demon Island. "Thank you, Sect Master." Mo Fan turned around and cupped his fists at Mo Ji. Mo Ji looked deeply at Mo Fan and sighed softly. "Are you still only willing to call me Sect Master?" Mo Fan's eyes flickered. He knew that Mo Ji had only protected Yun Chuyu because of him. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Father." Mo Ji laughed and said, "You've finally spoken. Also, this lady is not bad. You have to treat her well." As he spoke, Mo Ji looked meaningfully at Mo Ji. Clearly, he thought that Mo Fan was protecting Yun Chuyu because he was interested in her. Although Yun Chuyu's face was covered by a veil, Mo Ji's eyes were more unique than the average person's. He could tell that Yun Chuyu was definitely not ordinary and was a good match for Mo Fan. On the other hand, Mo Fan felt somewhat awkward. The reason why he had protected Yun Chuyu was mainly because of Zhuowen's request. Of course, after interacting with Yun Chuyu for so many years, a sliver of affection had indeed risen in his heart. However, Mo Fan could also see that Yun Chuyu did not have any romantic feelings for him. Instead, she had an unusual attitude and feelings for Zhuowen. Yun Chuyu did not take Mo Ji's words to heart. After bowing to Mo Fan and Mo Ji, her beautiful eyes fell on the Tower of Hanno. She was somewhat worried about Zhuowen. She knew very well that Lei Qi's main target was Zhuowen. If Zhuowen appeared, Lei Qi would definitely make a move immediately. At that time, Zhuowen would be in danger. At this moment, the cultivators from the 13th level were also teleported out. These cultivators who were teleported out were being fought over by the various major powers. Next up were the 14th, 15th, and 16th levels. Most of the contestants on these levels were geniuses from the 10 great sections. There were very few loose cultivators, although many powers extended olive branches to them. Unfortunately, they received very little in return. The contestants on the 17th level were basically all elite disciples from the 10 great sections. Therefore, when the contestants from the 17th level were teleported out, almost no powers extended invitations to them. This was because these powers all knew the cultivators who were teleported out. They were all high-level disciples from the 10 great sections. Yushan was also among the dozen or so cultivators on the 17th level. She looked around and found Heavenly Demon Island. She walked straight over. "Yushan, not bad. You were able to enter the 17th level of the trial grounds. You really did not let down Heavenly Demon Island's nurturing of you." Mo Ji laughed heartily as he went up to welcome her. Yushan hurriedly clasped her fists and said, "Sect Master, you flatter me. I was just lucky. If it weren't for Senior Brother Zhua, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in Devilfall Valley." "Senior Brother Zhua? Who is he? Could it be that the map of Devilfall Valley you obtained is wrong?" Mo Ji frowned slightly. He was the one who obtained the map of Devilfall Valley and gave it to Yushan. He originally thought that Yushan could rely on the map to obtain many good things in Devilfall Valley. Now, it seemed that there was a problem with the map. There is indeed a problem with the map. It's a fake map deliberately released by the Demonic Pearl sect. Yushan told him everything that happened in Devilfall Valley, including Zhuowen's matter. Emoji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said in a low voice, "How dare the demonic Pearl sect try to trick Heavenly Demon Island? How hateful! By the way, where is Zhuowen? I heard from Fan, that Zhuowen seemed to have saved him before. Now that he's saved you, Heavenly Demon Island owes him a lot." Yushan shook her head and said, "When I was teleported out by the heaven-devouring demon emperor, I waited outside Devilfall Valley for a long time. However, senior brother Zhuo did not come out, so I left Devilfall Valley and entered Skysplit Tower. As for what happened to senior brother Zhuo, I don't know." Emoji frowned slightly and said, "The heaven-devouring demon emperor is not simple. I don't believe that this demon would be so kind as to teach Zhuowen to cultivate the heaven-devouring demon book. There must be a conspiracy behind it." Yushan frowned and said hesitantly, "Sect Master, do you mean that the heaven-devouring demon emperor wants to possess senior brother Zhuo?" Just as Emoji was about to speak, Yun Qiu suddenly said, "That's impossible. Nothing will happen to brother Zhuo." Emo Fan smiled bitterly and said, "There are still cultivators on the 18th level of the trial ground that have not been announced. Could brother Zhuo be on the 18th level?" Yushan said in a deep voice, "It's possible. Although senior brother Zhuo's cultivation is not high, his spirit is definitely the most powerful I have ever seen. He should have a chance to enter the 18th level." Emoji's eyes flashed. From Yushan's words, he knew that Zhuowen should be a loose cultivator. Those who were able to ascend to the 18th level were all outstanding geniuses. If he could recruit Zhuo into the Heavenly Devil Island, it would probably bring endless benefits to the Heavenly Devil Island. Yes, brother Zhuo must have entered the 18th level. Aren't there 4 people on the 18th level? The 4th person must be brother Zhuo, Yun Qiu said, hopefully. Suddenly, the entire square became restless, and an uproar erupted out of nowhere. "Look, the 4 light spots on the 18th level are about to be teleported out. Let's see who these 4 people are." An excited voice suddenly rang out, and the plaza immediately quieted down. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the empty space in front of the Tower of Hanoi. Everyone wanted to see just who was the cultivator who had entered the 18th floor of the trial grounds. Swoosh! A pillar of light pierced through the sky and appeared in the open space. Afterwards, a slender figure appeared before everyone. This person wore embroidered robes. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had a valiant bearing. He was extremely handsome, causing many of the female cultivators present to blush and their hearts to beat faster. As expected, it's the peerless genius of the cosmic sect, Lianze. Everyone revealed expressions of understanding. "Ha ha! Lianze, come over to Master's side." An old man with a long goatee laughed heartily as he waved his hand at Lianze. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. This old man was the cosmic sect's master, Chen Yongzhang. Lianze hurriedly arrived by Chen Yongzhang's side. Not long after he arrived, another huge pillar of light appeared nearby, revealing a cultivator with slightly dark skin. He was Liang Dan of the Void Flush Peak. "Liang Dan, come back." A dark-faced cultivator in the group from the Void Flush Peak spoke to Liang Dan with a solemn expression. This dark-faced cultivator was the sect master of the Void Flush Peak, Fu Feiping. He was extremely strict and temperamental. Even Liang Dan was slightly afraid of his master. Shrinking his neck, Liang Dan hurriedly walked over and stood upright beside Fu Feiping. "Lianze, do you know who the other 2 people on the 18th level are?" Chen Yongzhang sent a voice transmission to Lianze secretly. Lianze replied hurriedly, "Master, one of the other 2 people is Tong Chimei of the Half Moon Hall." As for the other person, Chen Yongzhang was not surprised after hearing about Tong Chimei. Tong Chimei was indeed a genius. Even though Chen Yongzhang did not want to admit it, it was indeed the truth. What about the other person? Which sect is he from? Chen Yongzhang asked. I've never seen this person before. He's definitely not a cultivator from the top 10 sections. Instead, he looks more like a rogue cultivator. Lian Zhe said hesitantly. Chen Yongzhang's expression froze as he looked at Lian Zhe strangely. A rogue cultivator, a mere rogue cultivator, can enter the 18th level? Also, is the cultivation of this rogue cultivator stronger than both you and Liang Dan? Lian Zhe shook his head and said, No, this rogue cultivator's cultivation is not high. He's only a real god of 3 disasters. However, this guy's spirit is very powerful. He reached the end of the stairway to heaven. Chen Yongzhang's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. He said in disbelief, You're saying that rogue cultivator reached the end of the stairway to heaven? Chen Yongzhang was really surprised this time. He had naturally heard about the stairway to heaven on the 18th level of the trial ground, because there were 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence at the end of the stairway to heaven. Such a treasure was something that even a void heaven almighty like him would go crazy for. He knew that with Lian Zhe's cultivation and power, it was not possible for him to reach the end of the stairway to heaven. However, he had never expected that a rogue cultivator would actually reach the end of the stairway to heaven. Didn't that mean that the 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence at the end of the stairway to heaven were all obtained by the rogue cultivator? At the same time, on the other side, Fu Pengfei and Liang Dan were also silently communicating with each other. Fu Pengfei's expression was not much better than Chen Yongzhang's. He was even more surprised and even trembled with excitement. We can't tell this to anyone else. If the heavenly domain star essence is really obtained by the rogue cultivator, then we still have a chance. It's much better than Tong Chimei getting it. Chapter 2032. Heavenly Treasure, it's time for us to go. At the end of the heaven stairway, Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuowen and said softly, You go first, I'll catch up later. Zhuowen sat cross-legged and said in a deep voice. Tong Chimei did not refuse. She stood up and stepped out. A teleportation force wrapped around her and took her away. After Tong Chimei left, Zhuowen stood up and looked up at the teleportation vortex that had appeared in the sky. Then he punched the small pool in the middle of the platform that had dried up. The bottom of the pool was made of white porcelain. Zhuowen smashed it with a punch. The reason why he suddenly smashed the bottom of the pool was that when he took the 10 drops of heavenly starry sky essence, his divine sense found that the bottom of the pool was hollow. In other words, the lotus growing in the middle of the pool was just a cover. However, because Tong Chimei had been here, Zhuowen was embarrassed to destroy the pool in front of Tong Chimei, so he did not do it. Now that Tong Chimei had left, he immediately smashed the pool. He wanted to see what was under the pool. The collapse of the pool had caused a 3-meter-wide hole to appear at the bottom. When Zhuowen's consciousness entered the hole, he was completely stunned. Then, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was a small pool in the hollow. The pool was not big, only about 1.5 feet in size. However, it was filled with heavenly domain star essence. If it was calculated by drops, there were 1 million drops of heavenly starry sky essence in the pool, which was an extremely terrifying number. A drop of heavenly starry sky essence could allow a cultivator to recover to his peak in an instant, and 1 million drops could be used 1 million times. It could be said that the value of the heavenly starry sky essence in the pool was immeasurable. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the teleportation vortex in the sky became intense, enveloping Zhuowen's entire body. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care about the terrifying teleportation vortex at all. His enormous divine sense blasted out in an attempt to resist the teleportation vortex. Unfortunately, the teleportation vortex was like the might of heaven. Although Zhuowen's spiritual sense was powerful compared to the teleportation vortex, it really paled in comparison. Break. Zhuowen did not hesitate to destroy the 100 divine soul star systems in his spiritual space. His spiritual sense instantly increased by nearly 100 times, which actually caused the teleportation whirlpool to stagnate. Of course, this stagnation only lasted for an instant as the teleportation vortex continued to envelop Zhuowen. Zhuowen once again shattered 180 divine soul galaxies. His spiritual consciousness strengthened once again, and his divine soul felt a sharp pain that shocked even him. He instantly swallowed a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence. The moment his spiritual consciousness blocked the teleportation vortex, he jumped into the hole. The heavenly domain starry sky essence is indeed worthy of being called heavenly domain starry sky essence. I broke 280 divine soul galaxies, but they all recovered the moment I took it. Even my own state has been raised to the peak. The moment he jumped into the hole, Zhuowen thought about the powerful effect of the heavenly domain starry sky essence. However, the moment the teleportation vortex destroyed Zhuowen's spiritual consciousness, it also drilled into the hole. Obviously, this teleportation vortex would not stop until it had completely teleported Zhuowen away. Zhuowen's eyes showed a dignified look. He once again shattered 280 divine soul galaxies, and a huge amount of divine sense emerged to block the teleportation vortex. In this way, Zhuowen continued to shatter divine soul galaxies while constantly swallowing heavenly domain starry sky essence. The two seemed to have found a balance. When Zhuowen completely landed on the edge of the pool, the 9 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on Zhuowen's body had been completely used up. At the same time, the teleportation vortex seemed to have stopped because of this. It shrank back and no longer entangled Zhuowen. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that if it were not for the 9 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on him, he would have been teleported out by now. With so many heavenly domain starry sky essence, it seems that I'm going to be rich. Zhuowen looked at the 5-foot-wide pool in front of him with blazing eyes and quickly took out empty barrels from his spirit ring. These empty barrels were originally used to store the fire spirit juice. Later, he directly dug up the fire spirit juice, so these empty barrels were left aside by Zhuowen. He did not expect that they would come in handy now. Of course, Zhuowen did not think of digging up the pool of heavenly domain starry sky essence directly, but after discovering the hard tiles around the pool, Zhuowen knew that with his current strength, he could not dig up the surrounding tiles. Zhuowen filled dozens of barrels of heavenly domain starry sky essence, and the pool of heavenly domain starry sky essence had completely dried up. After putting away the dozens of barrels of heavenly domain starry sky essence, Zhuowen's heart thumped wildly and could not calm down for a long time. With so many heavenly domain starry sky essence, once taken out, countless void sky cultivators would go crazy. Perhaps even the ancestors of the top 10 sects would shamelessly compete with Zhuowen for it. There's actually a staircase in front. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly fell on the front. There was an invisible staircase in front of the pool. This staircase led down from here to the bottom of the Tower of Hanno. Walking to the entrance of the staircase, Zhuowen saw a huge triangular square. Around the square, there were 3 huge jade pillars. One of the jade pillars from bottom to top had a row of discs, and the higher it went, the smaller the discs were. Until the 64th disc, the jade pillar looked like a triangular tower. Zhuowen even saw Tong Chime, appear on the square from a light pillar. It seems that this should be the exit of the trial ground. Could this invisible staircase be the hidden exit of the heaven staircase? Zhuowen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He found that this staircase led down into the crowd of people in the square. If Zhuowen quietly went down the stairs, he could completely blend into the crowd without making a sound. Zhuowen did not want to attract too much attention, and this staircase seemed to be specially prepared for him. Thinking of this, Zhuowen slowly walked down the staircase and then quietly blended into the crowd, as if he had become an ordinary cultivator in the square. Of course, the moment he blended into the crowd, Zhuowen's appearance completely changed, and even his aura changed a lot. It really is Tong Chimei. Zhuowen, who was mixed in the crowd, immediately heard the uproar around him. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Tong Chimei, who had just appeared. As for the ordinary cultivator, who had silently appeared in the crowd, why would they pay attention to him? After Tong Chimei appeared, she was called to the side of the Half-Moon Hall's palace master, Waning Moon. "Chimei, you reached the end of the heaven staircase?" Waning Moon smiled. Tong Chimei nodded and said, "Master, Chimei has indeed reached the end of the heaven staircase." Waning Moon's expression became even more amiable as she said, "Is there heavenly domain, starry sky essence, at the end of the heaven staircase?" Tong Chimei quietly handed the jade bottle to Elder Waning Moon and told her everything that had happened on the stairway to heaven. Waning Moon's face was filled with shock. Her phoenix eyes couldn't help but fall on the last light spot on the light screen in front of the Tower of Hanno. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Is this person really a rogue cultivator? Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. No, our Half-Moon Hall can't let such a genius go. Waning Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Tong Chimei's expression was difficult. She softly said, "Master, I promised Senior Brother Zhuo that I wouldn't go out and spread rumors. Moreover, he also said that he doesn't want to join any large factions." So Waning Moon waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. Since this child has helped you, I won't harm him. I just want to talk to him again. If he still refuses, I won't force him. As for what you said about Zhuowen not attracting attention, I'm afraid you're completely wrong. Look around." Tong Chimei looked around. She found that the attention of the entire square had already shifted from her to the last light spot on the light screen. Tong Chimei's pretty face turned slightly pale. She knew that once Zhuowen was sent out, he wouldn't be able to escape from these factions. It was even possible that some factions would covet Zhuowen's heavenly starry sky essence. At that time, Zhuowen would really be in danger. "Master, if Senior Brother Zhuo is sent out, please help him," Tong Chimei hurriedly said. Waning Moon fell silent. She looked deeply at Tong Chimei and said, "Chimei, this is the first time you've shown such concern for a strange man, right?" Tong Chimei's pretty face turned red. She hurriedly said, "Master, don't misunderstand. Senior Brother Zhuo has helped me a lot. He even gave me a drop of heavenly starry sky essence. You taught me before that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I dare not forget this." Waning Moon nodded and sighed. "If Zhuowen is really in danger, I promise you that I'll help him once." "Thank you, Master," Tong Chimei smiled. At this moment, unlike the hope and anticipation of many cultivators, the sect master of the demonic pearl sect, Yang Muqiu, had a gloomy expression. This was because the number one genius of the demonic pearl sect, Wei Shuo, still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had fallen in the trial ground? Moreover, the number of disciples from the demonic pearl sect who had come out this time was pitifully small. Most of them were inner disciples with mediocre strength. As for the core disciples led by Lu Guang, they were all gone. This gave young Muqiu a bad premonition. Sect Master, could it be that Senior Brother Wei Shuo is the fourth light spot to enter the 18th floor? That light spot hasn't appeared yet. A disciple beside Yang Muchio asked cautiously,